Chapter 6:14. Inside True Yang Building, the land spirit used all its strength, attacking the power that was sealing it. Bam, bam, bam. With 3 consecutive light explosions, 3 of the black chains that bound its body were directly broken. The green mud on its body had also completely fallen off its neck. Even the top of its 2 wings were no longer covered in green mud, revealing fresh and resplendent feathers. "Little sparrow, you dare!" Giant Sun's will was furious. "Giant Sun, you are dead, but you imprisoned me for over 100,000 years. Today, I will break out of this broken cage." Frost Jade Peacock let out an ear-piercing shriek, similarly furious. After being imprisoned for so many years, unable to move, unable to have freedom, the anger and frustration it felt had turned into its motivation to break the seal. Giant Sun's will growled. His sunlight will burst out. Countless golden currents shot out in all directions. Over 10,000 special will goo had already surrounded it. Like a dam, it blocked the golden currents of will. Giant Sun's special will was completely countered by the special will goo. The entire dam did not move, but this situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will goo that had devoured Giant Sun's special will reached its limit, exploding one by one. After a few breaths of time, the dam formed by the special will goo shook, broke down, and collapsed. Although Giant Sun's special will was countered, it was too much, originating from Giant Sun Immortal. Even after over 100,000 years, it had lost a lot of energy, but it was not something that 10,000 special will goo could suppress. Restraint was also relative. Water could extinguish a fire, but if the fire was strong enough, it could directly turn the water into steam. Giant Sun's will was like a small sun, grand and powerful, directly charging over. Although the expenditure was not small, it caused over 10,000 special will goo to explode. Without the special will goo's entrapment, Giant Sun's will was like a prisoner that broke free, immediately controlling True Yang Building with all his strength. But at the next moment, over 50,000 special will goo swarmed in, regrouping and forming a new encirclement. Because of their deep research, thus, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had never underestimated Giant Sun's will. They had made ample preparations for this. Special will goo were not immortal goo. They could accumulate numbers. Giant Sun's will had just regained freedom, but it was sealed again, and immediately roared in anger. It attacked again, pouring down like a vast river, breaking the special will goo's encirclement. But soon, the third wave of special will goo arrived. This time, there were even more of them, more than 100,000. Central Continent's Goo Immortals spent thousands of years on this. Several super forces worked together to purchase and refine goo, expending an astronomical amount of goo refinement materials. After paying a shocking price, Fang Yuan was now able to utilize them to great effect. Seeing that he was once again surrounded, Giant Sun's will did not roar. He was the will of an immortal Venerable, so he knew how to think. When he realized that he had fallen into a trap, after the other party was fully prepared, he regained his composure. He began to think and soon found a flaw in the encirclement. Although the special will goo had surrounded Giant Sun's will from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, without a single blind spot, Giant Sun's will could not escape. However, this did not mean that the encirclement was flawless. These special will goo were refined by Goo Immortals. The refined goo worms could not directly absorb primeval energy, and there was no primeval energy here for them to absorb. Then, where did the primeval essence to activate these special will goo come from? With so many special intention goo, and possibly even more, the demand for primeval essence was huge. Giant Sun's will thought for a while and realized. These special will goo did not absorb primeval essence, but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest rank 6 green grape immortal essence could turn into almost limitless primeval essence. This immortal essence was the energy source of these special will goo. And these immortal essence were hidden very well. Evidently, there were other supplementary goo worms working together with the special will goo, forming a huge and concealed goo formation. As long as I sever the connection between them and the immortal essence, these special will goo are not a threat. Giant Sun's will quickly thought of this. And to sever the connection between the special will goo and the immortal opportunity, The prerequisite was to understand this goo formation. Just like how the central continent goo immortal sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal in order to restrain 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Suns will have the same idea. Immediately, Giant Suns will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues, he deduced deeply, and the blurry goo formation diagram gradually became clear. The land spirit naturally would not wait for its death. Sensing that Giant Sun's will was restrained, it exerted all its strength and attacked the seal on its body. Gruel mud was very effective against the seal. The green mud on its body was filled with cracks, and the edges were rapidly melting. For more of the pitch-black chains locked onto the wings snapped in quick succession. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched. Its body shook intensely, breaking off most of the green mud on its wings. Shortly after, it opened its wings impatiently. Its whole body was overflowing with cold air. It was pure white like snow. It raised its head and flew, looking noble and magnificent. But before its wings could fully open, they were tightly pulled by the black chains. Its movements paused. The intense pain made it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they were still firm shackles that restricted its freedom. Tear it apart. Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned its elegant neck. Its sharp eyebrows like a blade flickered with cold light. Oh no! Giant Sun's will, who was thinking intensely, sensed this situation and had to stop thinking. Once the land spirit left his control, an 88-point Jinyang Tower would be thrown out of Imperial Court Blessed Land by the land spirit at any time. Without the protection of Imperial Court Blessed Land, True Yang Tower would attract countless goo immortals to fight over it. At that time, the ants would devour the elephant. No matter how much yellow apricot immortal essence he had, it would not be able to sustain the expenditure of countless goo immortals. But Giant Sun's will wanted to stop the land spirit, but he did not have the strength to do so. Earlier, while he was thinking, he had tried to attack it several times. Although there was some effect and he recovered some of his methods, it was still limited and could not be suppressed directly. At this time, outside True Yang Tower roar, Zenith Tiger opened its mouth and roared, jumping fiercely. At once, the earth shook. The mountain-like Zenith Tiger actually leapt into the air. A huge malevolent tiger claw. It fiercely slapped towards the insect-like Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a light shout and quickly retreated. The tiger claw did not hit him, but the enormous wind force created when it slapped still made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, willow winds drifted down from the sky. These willow winds were as big as small boats. When they landed, they were graceful like falling leaves. But their movements seemed slow but were actually fast. Their killing power was astonishing. Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was bathed in blood. He paid close attention to the willow wind's movements. Earlier, he was careless and got hit by 3 willow winds. His defensive goo had already been destroyed. Right now, seeing the willow winds descending, he quickly dodged left and right. On the ground, the Zenith Tiger pounced. The willow winds drifted down from the sky. Tai Bai Yunsheng only persisted for a while before he felt it hard to continue. He was in a sorry state and faced the danger of losing his life. Tai Bai Yunsheng is doomed. His accumulation is too deep, but his preparations for immortal ascension are not sufficient. Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng, do your best. Even Feng Yuan, being in the situation, seeing this scene, he could not help but feel nervous. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng going to fail his immortal ascension in this life? He suddenly had a thought. Disregarding the backlash, he forcefully activated luck inspection goo. He saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck was burning like a cloud of fire, like boiling water. It was unbelievably vigorous. But in the next moment, a small half of the karmic luck that looked like a burning cloud actually vanished. What's going on? This was the first time Feng Yuan had seen such a change in luck. Right at this time, a pillar of light shot out from True Yang Building. The light pillar was straight, as thick as an ancient tree, piercing the sky. The willow winds disintegrated after being hit by this light pillar, returning to the clear and bright sky, pure and gentle. The light pillar continued to shoot, The willow winds in the sky disintegrated by more than half. The light pillar shot at the zenith tiger again. It howled in pain and tried to dodge, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow. It could not dodge at all. The earthly calamity zenith tiger became smaller and smaller until it turned into nothingness. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. 88-point Jinyang Tower made a move. Ancestor above, he protected Lord Tai by Yunsheng. Many people cheered, but a portion snorted disdainfully. Bullshit. Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline. Why would Ancestor protect him? Is this the legendary Divert Disaster Goo? Yi Lui Sang was shocked. He Lulan was even more moved. Luck Path Divert Disaster Goo. It can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, causing their power to fall or even directly vanish into nothingness. If I can obtain this immortal goo. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was also one of the limited methods that Giant Sun's Will could use currently. Giant Sun's Will's actions did not stop there. After several attacks, he was able to forcefully extract a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence. After activating Divert Disaster Goo, he activated the Human Chi Immortal Goo in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Fang Yuan saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng's fire cloud luck had reduced by a small portion. Human Chi Immortal Goo was activated and similarly emitted a white light. This time, it directly shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. Human Chi Immortal Goo could increase a Goo Master's Human Chi and raise the Goo Immortal's future potential. With this help, Tai Bai Yunsheng's Human Chi instantly rose by 10 times. With the increase in Human Chi, he naturally needed more Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. But Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were extracted from Imperial Court Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed loudly. True Yang Building's actions were out of his expectations. He quickly absorbed and fused a large amount of the 3 Chi into his body. Not only did he turn the situation around, his potential also rose greatly and his future prospects were bright. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched in anger. The extraction of Heaven and Earth Chi in large amounts caused its strength to weaken. An intense feeling of weakness assaulted its whole body. Little Sparrow, you are still too inexperienced. Giant Sun's Will snorted coldly. He used all the immortal essence he could extract at the most crucial point and obtained the greatest effect, greatly alleviating the dangerous situation. After all, it originated from an immortal Venerable's will and had outstanding wisdom. Now that the situation had changed, it was advantageous to Giant Sun's Will. The Land Spirit's weakness gave Giant Sun's Will sufficient time to decipher the special Will Goo formation that trapped him. Once he broke through the encirclement, Giant Sun's Will would regain control, and it would be much easier to undo the Immortal Essence Seal. As long as he undid the Immortal Essence Seal, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the supreme might of a rank 8 Immortal Goo house. Damn it! I still underestimated the Immortal Venerable's will. The time I have left is less than half of what I expected. Relying on the Glass Owner token, Fang Yuan had the information of True Yang Building. Chapter 6:15. At the center of heaven and earth, the 3 Chi converged. With the help of Giant Sun's Will, the dense Chi almost enveloped Tai Bai Yunsheng into a Chi cocoon. He was inside. All his injuries were healed, and his body, soul, and mind were continuously rising. He recalled his life. Scenes after scenes flashed in his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao flowed in his heart. Inspiration flashed continuously. The cultivation problems that had shackled him in the past were being perfectly answered one by one. At this moment, heaven and earth were like a selfless teacher, imparting everything to Tai Bai Yunsheng. But the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast. The more Tai Bai Yunsheng knew, the more insignificant he felt. He could only start from his own time path, continuously deepening and expanding it. His understanding of time path had reached the peak of his life. Natural inspiration. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. Goo masters use Goo, refine Goo and nurture Goo. They are actually constantly interacting, exploring and learning from heaven and earth. During Immortal Ascension, Goo masters no longer need to use Goo worms to indirectly understand heaven and earth. They can directly interact with heaven and earth. Such a precious opportunity to interact might only appear once in a Goo Immortal's life. Rank 5 Peak Stage was the endpoint of a mortal Goo Master, and Rank 6 Goo Immortals transcended the mortal world. It was a new starting point for becoming a Goo Immortal. At this crucial starting point, every Goo Immortal's achievements and the potential they accumulated for the future would be different. Such a wonderful experience. It is a pity my human chi is not enough. Tai Bai Yunxing had not had enough. He showed a regretful expression. His human chi had already been used up, and this was with the help of human chi immortal goo. Otherwise, the time would have been even shorter. The chi cocoon dissipated. Tai Bai Yunxing's figure reappeared in the air. The three chi fused and compressed into a tricolored mixed essence chi lump, condensing at Tai Bai Yunxing's original aperture. At this point, the second step of immortal ascension, taking in chi, was completed. Next was the final step of immortal ascension, releasing goo. Tai Bai Yunxing was extremely solemn. He took out river as before, mountain as before, man as before, 3 goo. These 3 goo were his core goo worms. He was extremely familiar with them. Among them, man as before was his vital goo. Finally, the most crucial moment has arrived. Tai Bai Yunxing first threw the natal goo into the tricolored chi mass inside his body. Boom! An auditory hallucination suddenly resounded in his ears, causing Tai Bai Yunxing's body to tremble. 3-colored air mass. Originally, they intertwined with each other and flowed continuously. After man as before barged in, it was as if a bomb had been ignited, causing the primordial chi mass to explode violently. There can be no construction without destruction, rebirth from death. This was the moment to ascend to immortality as a mortal. There was a loud explosion. It was truly too wonderful for words, exploding into a miracle of life, exploding into a brand new world. The mortal aperture shattered, the immortal aperture formed. What a good immortal aperture! The sky inside is blue like crystal, the land is barren like yellow stone. The immortal aperture was like a newborn baby. It needed nutrients urgently. An extremely powerful suction force erupted from it. Hoo! Heaven chi and earth chi poured into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Within the immortal aperture, the area was expanding rapidly. 1 million mu, 2 million mu, 3 million mu. As for the flow of time, it continued to rise from the original 1 to 10, 1 to 20. Chi currents surged. The immortal aperture became unstable. Tai Bai Yunxing threw in river, as before, and mountain, as before, to stabilize the situation. The immortal aperture continued to expand, drawing in the tributaries of the river of time. This caused the flow of time to increase steadily. During this period, Tai Bai Yunxing continued to put in goo worms, maintaining the immortal aperture stability. 5 million mu, 6 million mu, over 7 million mu, 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32, 1 to 33. At this point, the immortal aperture's growth had reached its limit. Like it had eaten its fill, it stopped growing. But clear heaven chi was still pouring down from the sky. On the ground, golden earth chi continued to surge up. At this point, the immortal aperture's absorption of heaven and earth chi slowed down. At first, it was a big gulp, but now it was like a small sip. Heaven and earth chi gathered into the immortal aperture, like green and gold clouds, filling the entire immortal aperture. Within the dense chi currents, beads of immortal essence were formed. They were the rank 6 goo immortal's green grape immortal essence. A total of 36 beads were formed. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust on the ground started to dissipate. Inside the immortal aperture, there was still misty heaven and earth chi that had not dissipated. They gathered around man as before, river as before, mountain as before, and other goo worms, causing the fog around these goo worms to become dense, forming a chi cocoon. The two chi fused, heaven and earth resonated. Within the chi cocoon, some goo worms started to undergo some kind of mysterious transformation. This is the moment. A goo recipe flashed across Tai Bai Yunxing's mind. This goo recipe was only a theoretical goo recipe. It came from the old beggar's goo immortal inheritance. It was the theoretical deduction of the goo immortal who left behind the inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not guarantee the success of this theoretical goo recipe, but he had no way out. He did not have much lifespan left. It was about to be exhausted. After becoming an immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially his perception of time. He could sense it to the point of every breath. This novel increase did not make him happy for long. He sank into silent pressure and even fear, because he felt that he really did not have much time left. It was like a small puddle under the sunlight, and his lifespan was like the thin layer of water left in the puddle. His original plan to obtain lifespan goo had failed because of Feng Yuan's secret obstruction. The experience in the Blood Path Hall had become a knot in his heart. Right now, his only hope was man as before goo. According to the theoretical goo recipe, as long as he refined man as before goo to rank 6, he could use it. Refine for me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bellowed as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical goo recipe and poured into the immortal aperture, directly into the thick chi cocoon of man as before goo. The heaven and earth chi were the source chi of all beings. They resonated with each other and evolved into all the materials and beings in the world. These two chi were the source of all beings. They could replace any goo refinement material. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts. It was like a key or a precise direction for the heaven and earth chi. The thoughts entered the chi cocoon and immediately caused an intense change. Although it was not as intense as the first step of releasing the goo, the 3 chi explosions were not as intense. But the commotion was not small. The chi cocoon erupted with a suction force, continuously absorbing the heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Air currents continued to surge, forming a howling wind. With man as before goo as the center, it turned into the eye of the wind. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi entered, turning into the goo refinement resources. This is it. This is it. Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, muttering softly. His tone was gratified, but also filled with vicissitudes of life. After so much effort and risk, he finally saw the hope of success. Even though the process was filled with inconceivable possibilities. If not for True Young Building's help, Tai Bai Yunsheng would have definitely died in the second step. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at True Young Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but True Young Building had helped him. This was a fact that could be seen by everyone. Has Giant Sun's will awakened? Tai Bai Yunsheng inwardly guessed. He had a goo immortal inheritance. His knowledge was not less than He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang, and the others. Giant Sun Immortal strictly forbids goo immortals from entering or leaving the blessed land. My immortal ascension here has already violated his taboo. Why would he still help me? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. No matter how rich his experience was, he could not imagine what had happened in True Young Building. Inside True Young Building, Frost Jade Peacock was shrieking. The green mud fragments around its body were jumping around. The chains were shaking and clanking as they collided with each other. The power that sealed it was being corroded by the gruel mud and was melting. But Frost Jade Peacock did not have a trace of happiness. Instead, it was filled with anxiety. Giant Sun's will laughed heartily. Little Sparrow, your struggle is useless. Through Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands, Giant Sun's will used the only method he had. He cleverly attacked the Imperial Court land spirit and weakened its strength. Even though the power binding Frost Jade Peacock was weakening, Giant Sun's will had already won some time. He had already comprehended more than half of the special will goo formation that trapped him. An immortal Venerable's arrangement. How could it be so simple? As long as Giant Sun's will was free, he would naturally have many methods, like Metal Path, Water Path, Fire Path, and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I slept for a bit too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first take care of the disobedient land spirit, then I will clean up all the small loopholes in True Young Building. At that time, 88-point Jinyang Tower will be like an iron bucket again, able to stand for another 100,000 years. Giant Sun's will said in a deep and heavy tone. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Hearing the words stand for 100,000 years, Frost Jade Peacock's hair stood on end. Land spirits were formed from obsessions. They could not be accommodated with regards to the matter of recognizing a master. Frost Jade Peacock was different from other land spirits. It was incomparably arrogant and did not want to submit. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle. Instead, it strangely wilted. It laid down, but its gaze was still sharp like a blade, filled with hatred and determination. Giant Sunswill was stunned, but soon realized something and said angrily, "Little Sparrow, you dare to do this?" Outside True Young Building, the tribulation clouds and the calamity soil are gradually dissipating. Could it be that Lord Tai Bai Yunxing has succeeded in his immortal ascension? Those who did not know the truth saw this and felt excited. To think that Tai Bai Yunxing has actually reached the third step. Looking at his appearance, his immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what kind of blessed land he has formed. Yi Lui Sang mumbled. When a Gu master ascends to immortal, if they pass the second step, they can form an immortal aperture. Rank 6 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are blessed lands, while Rank 8 and Rank 9 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into large, medium, and small grades. The more heaven, earth, and human chi it fuses, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed land has an area of at most 300,000 square kilometers, drawing in a small tributary of the river of time, producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. It is barren in resources. Medium-grade blessed land has an area of 4 to 600,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. High-grade blessed land has an area of 7 to 900,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. He Lulan stared fixedly, the relevant information flashing through his mind. He frowned slightly. Tai Bai Yunxing had obtained True Young Building's help and passed the second step, reaching the third step. Currently, it seemed that his immortal ascension was very likely. If Tai Bai Yunxing becomes an immortal, what kind of attitude should I have towards him? He Lulan pondered over this difficult problem. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yunxing will definitely obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal Gu is risky. It will cause calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered continuously. Ascending as immortal to immortal naturally had its own risks. Gu masters were like this. Gu worms were also like this. When humans absorb heaven and earth chi, the three chi would fuse and create heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When Gu worms absorb heaven and earth chi, they would also create calamities and tribulations. When calamities and tribulations occur in one's own blessed land, outsiders would not be able to interfere. True Young Building could affect Tai Bai Yunxing, but it could not affect the blessed land in his immortal aperture. In other words, Tai Bai Yunxing could only rely on his own strength. Fang Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky. Imperial Court Blessed Land's sky was shining with golden light during the day and gentle silver at night. However, at this moment, pitch-black marks appeared in the golden sky, and specks of starlight shot out from the marks. This was the night sky of northern plains in the outside world. Next, the whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land started to shake. Everyone gasped in shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity, dust that were about to dissipate became denser again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were like moths flying into a flame, pouring into Tai Bai Yunxing's body without hesitation, going straight into his immortal aperture. What's going on? He Lulan was tongue-tied. What in the world happened? Yi Lui Sang held his head, shouting. Imperial Court Blessed Land absorbed too much heaven and earth chi. It damaged its foundation. Thus it is exposed to the outside world. It is going to connect northern plains. Fang Yuan's heart shook. His gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunxing to 88-point Jinyang Tower. He guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud. It would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sunswill. It did as it said. Chapter 616. When a Gu master ascends to an immortal, their aperture would become an immortal aperture. Compared to the aperture, the immortal aperture was a qualitative improvement. It was like opening up a whole new world. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7, Gu immortals were often called blessed lands. The immortal apertures of rank 8 and 9 goo immortals were called grotto heavens. After a goo immortal dies, if they leave behind their obsession, the obsession will fuse with the heaven and earth power in the immortal aperture and form a land spirit. Every immortal aperture was unique. It was a part of the goo immortal's body. In a sense, even if a goo immortal died, the land spirit and immortal aperture they left behind were another form of continuation of their life. It was precisely because they were formed from obsessions that they were stubborn and inflexible. There were many examples in history. For example, a powerful goo immortal covets a certain blessed land, but in the end, the land spirit would not allow it to recognize him as its owner, and the land spirit would not allow it. In the end, the land spirit would self-destruct, causing the goo immortal's efforts to be in vain. Giant Suns will had forcefully sealed the Frost Jade Peacock Imperial Court's Earth Spirit, causing the latter to be enraged for more than 100,000 years. Now that he had to continue sealing it, the Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was ignited. What the hell is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal ascension caused a hole in the Blessed Land? Imperial Court Blessed Land is appearing in the world. Unbelievable. This has never happened in tens of thousands of years. This is bad. I have a very bad premonition. Do you think the Blessed Land is going to be destroyed? In the Blessed Land, everyone exclaimed in shock. Fear and doubt quickly spread. Countless wounds appeared in the sky. The heavenly wall of the Blessed Land that was originally alternating between gold and silver. Right now, they were covered in wounds, and from these wounds, people could see the starlight in Northern Plains' night sky. Fang Yuan's gaze. However, there was still silence. Imperial Court Blessed Land will not self-destruct so easily, he muttered in his heart. He was very certain of this. In history, there were many examples of land spirits committing suicide and blessed lands self-destructing, but this was definitely not the case before him. How could the arrangements of the giant sun immortal be so easily overturned? This was the great effort of a rank 9 goo immortal, directly covering Northern Plains. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was the biggest obstacle. In the past, how could a land spirit create such a wave? But now, Giant Suns will had just awakened from its slumber and was caught unprepared. For the time being, he couldn't spare any effort to clean up the situation. And under the influence of my gruel mud immortal goo, the sealing power of the land spirit has dissipated by more than half. That is why the land spirit has the strength to struggle. Analyzing until here, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decisiveness and methods. He cleverly used Tai Bai Yunqing as a chess piece, using the only means at his disposal. He had fought for the most precious time, allowing the scales of victory to tilt in his favor. Although the land spirit cannot truly self-destruct, it can still extract its own heaven and earth chi. This is the most basic ability. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan looked into the distance at Tai Bai Yunqing. Above Tai Bai Yunqing's head, the tribulation clouds that had already dissipated gathered again. The dust on the ground. Similarly, it began to spread again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi gushed out. A brand new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were about to form. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Haven't they passed already? Yi Lui Sang's eyes opened wide at this sight. This is completely different from the records. Tai Bai Yunqing is very strange. How can there be two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lulan was also puzzled. They did not know. The others were even more clueless. Seeing the imposing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities forming again, many people cried out in shock, expressing extreme worry towards Tai Bai Yunqing's situation. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was ashen. Why are there still heavenly tribulations forming? That's not what my inheritance says. His heart was filled with both shock and anger, because not only in the outside world at the same time, inside his immortal aperture, another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was brewing. Mortal goo becoming an immortal was like a goo master becoming an immortal. It was a dangerous process of defying heaven and earth. When a goo worm refines into an immortal goo, it would naturally draw in heaven and earth chi. thus forming the corresponding heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With both internal and external problems attacking together, Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a dilemma. He was afraid of losing sight of the other. The situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used gruel mud immortal goo to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the contest between the land spirit and giant sun's will. This immortal ascension was already out of the control of the people involved. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were muddle-headed and did not know the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's plan. The land spirit could not win against giant sun's will in a race for time, so it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yunsheng. Heaven and earth chi were extracted by the land spirit by sacrificing its own foundation. Its goal was to form a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to destroy Tai Bai Yunsheng. What benefits would destroying him bring to the land spirit? This involved the annexation of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures could not annex each other, but after immortal ascension, the immortal aperture would become a small world. Between the heavens and earth, they could annex each other, which was even more beneficial to the Gu Immortal. Earlier on Tianti Mountain, Fang Yuan had given up a quarter of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's territory, which was quickly seized by other Gu Immortals. Annexing other immortal apertures to strengthen one's own immortal aperture had many benefits. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yunsheng, the latter would die, but his immortal aperture would remain. After the immortal aperture was left behind, it would naturally be annexed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. After this annexation, the Blessed Land's foundation would rise greatly, and the land spirit's strength would also rise sharply. This would be a huge help to it in breaking through Giant Sun's blockade. In the sky, black clouds rumbled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts converged into a ball of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust in the sky settled down, exposing the bare ground. A crack gradually appeared on the ground. It was hundreds of feet long, revealing bright red flames inside, like a desolate beast opening its bloody mouth. Flames rose up, condensed into smoke, and surged up. Chaotic lightning ball. Restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This chaotic lightning ball was not only powerful, it also had the effect of destroying the Gu Master's thoughts and wills, causing chaos. The smoke sealed the world. As long as the Gu Master was trapped inside, they would lose their five senses, like falling into a maze, unable to struggle free. The chaotic lightning ball was not fast, but when used with restraining smoke, it was just right, and its might could be maximized. Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly worried. Tai Bai Yunsheng's failure. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. The hand holding the glass owner token tightened slightly. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. Still too weak. Too weak. With my current strength, I can only make use of the situation. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls tore through the air, emitting a strange screeching sound. It sounded like a woman's crying voice. It was extremely piercing. At the same time, the smoke surged, climbing towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. The chaotic lightning ball's direction kept changing, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was not easy to dodge. Right now, there was smoke rising around him, as if he was in an ancient forest. Once I enter the smoke, I will definitely die. Oh no, the immortal aperture's heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are also brewing. My defensive goo has already been used up. Tai Bai Yunsheng gritted his teeth. Ruthlessness shone in his gaze. Fight. His whole body shone with a bright light. Several movement goo worms were activated, bringing his body flying upwards. The intense wind blew this old man's hair behind his head, causing it to flutter in the wind. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunsheng directly charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above his head were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, it was like moths flying into a flame. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng trying to commit suicide? Yi Luiseng frowned. Good. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. The smoke seemed harmless and had no offensive ability. It only had the effect of trapping the enemy, but its threat was even greater than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng recognized the situation and made the best decision. He charged into the lightning cloud, and under the bombardment of the countless lightning balls, he moved like a fish in water. Bam, bam, bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. He moved left and right, searching for a way out. His movement speed fluctuated between fast and slow, but it was always just right. Amazing! What kind of flying standard is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hit it too deeply. I only found out now. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that Tai Bai Yunsheng was actually a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng is also proficient in cloud path goo worms. Yi Lui sang praised. He was not very surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing goo master. He had traveled in northern plains all these years and had encountered countless dangers. To be able to survive until today, he definitely had some skill. In fact, most healing goo masters were not proficient in defense, but in movement. When goo masters were being nurtured, they were specially trained like this. Because on the battlefield, healing goo masters were often the first targets, and most of the time, they could not receive the help of their teammates. This required the healing goo master to have a certain level of self-defense. As the #1 healing master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not proficient in defense, and he is so old, it is not surprising that he has such flying attainment. He Lulan thought of this and turned her head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan was sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, seemingly paying attention to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Chang Shanin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little sparrow, you are jumping around quite happily. In True Yang Building, giant suns will laugh from extreme anger. 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely, multicolored light filled the sky, and a huge light pillar shot out. Immortal Goo, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's surroundings, dispelling the lightning balls and piercing through the smoke. Ancestor is really favoring Tai Bai Yunsheng. He is making a move again. Exclamations of admiration and jealousy rose one after another. This situation is too strange. Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but he is actually receiving Ancestor's favor. Someone started to be suspicious. Chapter 617. Luck Inspection Goo. Fang Yuan's heart jolted. He poured his primeval essence into it. At the next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Goo was a rank 5 Luck Path Investigative Goo. It could allow him to see luck invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck, the originally flourishing red fire luck had dissipated by a small half. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortals will helped him, causing his luck to be depleted. Now, it is helping him again, causing his luck to be reduced to 1/3 of its original value. Fang Yuan thought. He looked at his own luck. It was still black coffin luck. It was as thick as ink and was even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sneered to himself and looked at the blessed land's people. Almost everyone who was watching Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension had their luck changed. Most of the Goo Masters had unknowingly been shrouded in a layer of small black coffin luck. Only He Lulan still had green luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting. He wisely stopped using luck inspection goo. During the process of a Goo Master's immortal ascension, heaven and earth chi would boil. Using goo worms in such an environment would definitely cause backlash. If he persisted, both the human and goo would be injured, or even die. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was moving between the lightning bolts, passing through the gaps in the clouds, displaying his master-level flying attainment. He had no defensive goo on him. He was purely moving to avoid the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope. It was extremely dangerous. To avoid the earthly calamities restraining smoke, he had charged into the lightning clouds. This was a wise choice, but it was also a helpless move. If not for my green grape immortal essence, I would have turned into unlimited primeval essence. Otherwise, my aperture would have already been exhausted at this insane speed. Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly. His hair was in a mess. His body was weak. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Buzz. Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed its direction, smashing towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. For a moment, he could only stare angrily. At the critical moment, a white beam of light shot over. It hit the chaotic thunderball. Under the illumination of the light, the ball of lightning quickly melted and turned into a puff of pure and clear air. Divert disaster goo. The rescue at 88-point Jinyang Tower had once again helped Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a goo immortal, I have no defenses. If you're struck by the chaotic thunderball, you'll definitely be injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunsheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fear lingered in his heart. After becoming a goo immortal, his life essence had been elevated. If it was immortal, a single chaotic lightning ball would be enough to take their life. Goo immortals were not afraid, even if they had no defensive goo worms. However, it was not a problem for him to endure a dozen or so thunderballs. However, the key point was that the chaotic thunderball had special effects. After being hit, Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts would be in chaos. His thoughts would be in chaos and he would not be able to think. At this crucial moment, if Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, countless chaotic thunderballs would rush towards him. If he was hit by these thunderballs, Tai Bai Yunsheng would not even have the ability to think. He would be bombarded and drowned by the countless thunderballs. Quickly look. 88-point Jinyang Tower has saved Tai Bai Yunsheng once again. That's right, this situation has already happened at least a dozen times. With True Yang Tower's help, it seems Tai Bai Yunsheng's success in passing the tribulation is certain. Outside the arena, everyone was amazed and envious at this scene. Such a huge reinforcement, can it really work? Hei Lolan's eyes shined with brilliance, but she had a different opinion in her heart. In this environment where heaven and earth chi were boiling, any goo worm that was used would attract a strong backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was no exception. In the history of goo masters, there were many cases of using immortal goo to help during tribulation, but the backlash eventually destroyed the immortal goo. It was just that most people were amateurs. They did not know such secrets. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo is one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is used to divert disaster for Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's Will would absolutely not sacrifice this precious immortal goo for Tai Bai Yunsheng. That is to say, Giant Sun's Will support is limited. Next is the most crucial part. Everything depends on whether Tai Bai Yunsheng can quickly pass the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, his heart also starting to throb. After all, landscape as before goo was his main target in this trip to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunsheng's speed gradually slowed down. He had internal and external problems. The external problem was the land spirit scheme, while the internal problem was the mortal goo ascending to a mortal realm, causing calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Especially this internal problem, it was drawing more and more of his attention, causing his reaction to the outside world to slow down. Suddenly, his body shook and he completely stopped moving. At the next moment, countless chaotic lightning balls smashed towards him. Divert Disaster Light Pillar shined with a dazzling light. It also exploded and enveloped Tai Bai Yunsheng. The most crucial moment has arrived. Fang Yuan, Hei Lulan, Yi Lui Sang, and the others could clearly see this. Their gazes flashed. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture, a dazzling light burst out, filling the sky and earth. The aura of the immortal goo burst out majestically. In the dazzling light, an immortal goo slowly rose up. It was shaped like a ladybug, fist-sized, and had a jade-like body. There were natural markings on its round shell. Half were rivers and lakes, while the other half were hills and peaks. So this immortal goo is formed from the combination of river as before and mountain as before. It seems its effect is the combination and enhancement of river as before and mountain as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng guessed. This was refined using heaven and earth resonance. He did not personally refine it, thus he was not clear about the effect of landscape as before. After observing for a few breaths of time, Tai Bai Yunxing shifted his attention to the center of the blessed land. The mortal Gu landscape as before was not his target, it was only a pleasant surprise. At this moment, at the center of the blessed land, the cocoon formed by man as before Gu also had cracks on it. Dazzling multicolored light flowed out of the cracks, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The cocoon dissipated. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Everywhere it went, a multicolored rainbow light would scatter along the butterfly's path. The shape of the rainbow was like a twisting phantom. Success, immortal Gu man as before. Ah! Seeing this, Tai Bai Yunxing cried tears of joy. He raised his head and laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many worries and expectations, so many times his life was hanging by a thread. At this moment, he obtained the perfect result. But the internal problems were still there. In the immortal aperture, green tribulation clouds rumbled, forming into a huge green scaled snake. The snake had a rotten silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail turned into chi, becoming one with the tribulation clouds that covered the sky. The ground started to shake, rumbling like thunder. The deafening sound was deafening. The newly formed ground started to crack, lava gushed out of the cracks, and thick smoke rose. 10,000 li of dry land. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook. Facing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone, he felt an unparalleled pressure. He placed his hope on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come, he willed, and a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately spread its wings, turning into a flash of light as it flew away. Everywhere it went, in a radius of 10,000 li, the earth returned to spring. The mountains and rivers were like before, returning to the moment before the earthly calamity. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart immediately calmed down. With landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear of the molten earth calamity. Howl! The silver-horn green-scale python opened its mouth, letting out a strange roar. It suddenly shot out, its huge body bringing along tornadoes as it pounced towards landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly became nervous. Immortal Gu had their own abilities. Except for defensive Gu, they were all weak. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver-horn green-scale python, the situation would be very disadvantageous to Tai Bai Yunxing. Fortunately, landscape as before Gu resonated with heaven and earth. It was born in his immortal aperture, and could be controlled by him like an extension of his arm. Tai Bai Yunxing had accumulated a lot. He quickly activated landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. Behind him, the silver-horn green-scale python attacked dozens of times, causing mountains and rivers to collapse, the earth to crack, sand and rocks were sent flying, and intense winds were created. Oh no! If this goes on, Tai Bai Yunxing's mind was extremely concentrated. After a few breaths of time, his forehead was already covered in sweat. His eyes were shut. His body was still floating in the air, allowing the chaotic lightning balls to attack him. Fortunately, he had divert disaster immortal Gu's light pillar to protect his body. Although Tai Bai Yunxing could not care about the outside world, he had not forgotten about the external threat. The terrible situation prompted him to make a decisive decision to cut off his wrists. The reinforcements at 88 Point Jinyang Tower are limited. Who knows when they will stop? I can only do this. Man as before immortal Gu is in my hands now. As long as there is time, there is hope. Cut, cut. Tai Bai Yunxing screamed in his heart. Giving up a pawn to save the general, he resolutely gave up a portion of his immortal aperture and started to cut the sky. The blessed land was the foundation of a Gu immortal. Cutting the blessed land was the same as harming oneself, reducing one's strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunxing had no choice but to do this. Like when Feng Yuan underwent the earthly calamity in Hu immortal blessed land. In order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing was also making a decisive decision. The sky of the immortal aperture was cut layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were directly expelled from his body. Outside his body was Imperial Court Blessed Land. Frost Jade Peacock chirped happily, immediately devouring these blessed land fragments to increase its strength. Giant Suns will roared in anger. He was protecting Tai Bai Yunxing's life now, but the latter was supporting the enemy. Giant Suns will had no choice but to protect him. If Tai Bai Yunxing died, his entire immortal aperture would be annexed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. And most importantly, Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was already full of cracks. If it continued to support Tai Bai Yunxing, it might be destroyed by the backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunxing died, it would also be disadvantageous to Giant Sun's will. Chapter 6:18. Inside the immortal aperture, the sky was being shaved off layer by layer. The thick tribulation clouds were becoming thinner. The rampaging silver horn green scale python was now only 1/10 of its original size. Its might was even weaker. The situation was turning for the better for Tai Bai Yunxing. Success is close at hand. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were filled with tears as he opened them. The situation inside the immortal aperture was gradually stabilizing. He could already divert some of his attention to deal with the dangers outside. Seeing that he was enveloped by the light of Divert Disaster and could not be affected by the tribulation, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but feel gratitude. This time, it is all thanks to 88-point Jinyang Tower's help, otherwise, I would not have even a trace of hope of success. Ugh. The light of Divert Disaster suddenly vanished. The pitiful Tai Bai Yunxing was caught off guard. He was hit by the chaotic lightning balls that swarmed towards him. His thoughts were in chaos as he flew around, crashing into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls along the way, losing control of himself and losing his rationality. Before everyone could express their shock, the 88 True Yang building once again erupted with an extremely powerful suction force, directly sucking the frenzied Tai Bai Yunxing inside. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice Divert Disaster Goo, nor could he kill Tai Bai Yunxing. Of course, the best method was to expel Tai Bai Yunxing from the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, in the current situation, only Frost Jade Peacock could do this. Left with no choice, Giant Sun's will could only use this method. This was indeed a bad plan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, tribulation clouds and earthly calamity moved, covering 88-point Jinyang Tower. Countless chaotic lightning balls rained down like a storm. The restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial python. It continued to seep in. After 88-point Jinyang Tower absorbed Tai Bai Yunxing, it became the target of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunxing's life, Giant Sun's will chose to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How can this be? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing was sucked into True Yang Tower. What ability does he have? Worthy of the ancestors' favor? This is a heavenly tribulation. It will cause great damage to the True Yang building. Everyone was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, activating goo worms would result in backlash. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was essentially the combination of many immortal goo and countless mortal goo. Now, he was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure itself was immense, and because of the backlash, it affected the coordination between the goo worms. There was no doubt that this was not a wise move. However, Tai Bai Yunxing had become the key to the battle between Giant Sun's will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to resort to this method. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, the Frost Jade Peacock was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly dodging between the towering trees. A total of 5 immortal goo. It dragged behind it a trail of colorful flames. They surrounded and intercepted it. The Frost Jade Peacock didn't want to be sealed again, so it fled with all its might. Gradually, it became so flustered that it didn't know where it was going, knocking down countless giant trees along the way. The True Yang building was controlled by Giant Sun's will. It was a natural cage that could mobilize any strength in the round. Frost Jade Peacock became a caged bird, and the giant trees turned into tree men. opening their arms to block it. Squeak! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly screeched. It received a huge blow. It tore apart the defense of the three ancient tree men, but its speed fell greatly because of this. A metal path immortal goo behind it caught up. A layer of golden light quickly spread out from its body. Wherever the golden light went, it condensed into a thick golden shell, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock's body. Frost Jade Peacock only felt that the areas covered by the golden light could not move at all. It was immediately shocked and furious. It quickly flapped its wings, trying to raise its speed again. But at the next moment, it suffered the attack of a second immortal goo. An intense drowsiness assaulted its mind, causing its eyes to blur as it felt a strong sense of drowsiness. Bang! A loud sound echoed. It fell from the sky and fell head first to the ground, unable to fly again. It had a premonition of its fate of being sealed again, and tears of grief and indignation flowed out of its eyes. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it, Frost Jade Peacock muttered, trying to resist with all its remaining strength. But although it still had the power of Immortal Goo Gruel Mud, the two Immortal Goo that sealed it were not restrained by Immortal Goo Gruel Mud. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Frost Jade Peacock burst out with an intense will to die, disregarding everything. It extracted the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Heaven and Earth Chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As for it, it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally created by a space path goo immortal, thus the Blessed Land's area was huge, far surpassing its peers. Later, after Giant Sun Immortal's development, it became a top-tier Blessed Land, possessing astronomical changes. It could be said that it was already one step away from transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could annex the time path goo immortal Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture, space and time would converge. It would be a huge supplement to Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was very likely to undergo a qualitative change and raise Imperial Court Blessed Land to a grotto heaven. In this way, Frost Jade Peacock would be able to destroy most of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Although it could not suppress 88-point Jinyang Tower, it had the ability to sweep it away. But Giant Sun's will was too decisive. He would rather endure the attacks of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to protect Tai by Yunqing's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only a remnant obsession of a dead goo immortal. How could it scheme against Giant Sun's will? But it was also because of this obsession that it had a sense of bravery and bravery. When it was sealed, it would rather be destroyed, disregarding the consequences. It extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court Blessed Land. This heaven and earth chi was like adding fuel to the fire, adding to the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. The number of chaotic lightning balls instantly increased by 10 times. Restraint Smoke also underwent a new transformation. Its body expanded and became even darker. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely smashing onto 88-point Jinyang Tower. Amidst the intense explosions, 88-point Jinyang Tower was riddled with damage. The eaves were broken and cracks appeared on the outer walls. Restraint Smoke turned into an even more troublesome life-taking smoke calamity. Its power was even greater, and the smoke pervaded every opening. It permeated into 88-point Jinyang Tower, gradually dyeing its surface black. The pitch-black walls looked like they had been eroded by thousands of years of wind. They continued to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are getting stronger. This power is too terrifying. Quickly retreat. Retreat. What's going on? Even the wind and snow outside the Blessed Land are pouring in. The spectators were all shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi, damaging the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a sturdy house. But now, the bricks and walls were all extracted. Only the supporting frame of the house was left. This way, countless loopholes were formed. It was connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, the outside world, Northern Plains, was currently experiencing the 10-year snow calamity. Divert Disaster Goo's hibernation caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be attacked by the snow calamity. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a shelter. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature fell rapidly. Large snowflakes fluttered in the air. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not far from it. "Little sparrow, look at the trouble you have caused." Giant suns will shouted angrily. Blessed lands and grotto heavens, every once in a while, they would welcome calamities and tribulations of varying sizes. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamity and tribulation. The great snow calamity that ravaged northern plains every 10 years was actually Imperial Court Blessed Land's calamity and tribulation. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was 88 true young building. It was also a top-grade Blessed Land with such a huge area. The fortune was too great. Thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were also extremely terrifying. Now that Divert Disaster Goo was hibernating, Imperial Court Blessed Land could communicate with the outside world, causing the 10-year snow calamity to return. 88-point Jinyang Tower could resist the lightning balls and black smoke, but it could not resist the great snow calamity that ravaged the whole of northern plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would crumble under the impact of the snow calamity. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88-point Jinyang Tower, but 88-point Jinyang Tower needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. However, there was only one way to salvage the situation. That was to activate Divert Disaster Goo and eliminate the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity, turning it into heaven and earth chi. Then, Imperial Court Blessed Land could absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation and close itself off from northern plains. Giant Suns could take a risk and barely activate Divert Disaster Goo. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land absorb heaven and earth chi, Frost Jade Peacock had to cooperate. To make this little sparrow cooperate, it is simply a fantasy. Even Giant Suns knew the difficulty. He helplessly thought of the only possibility. Unless Frost Jade Peacock recognizes a new master, what Giant Suns did not know was that in Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture, there was landscape as before immortal goo that could easily resolve this problem. He was thinking of another immortal goo that he had, false emotion fake will goo. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was a pair of lovers who truly loved each other. However, nothing was absolute. The land spirit could not be deceived. Giant Suns knew that as long as he found two candidates and used false emotion fake will goo, he could deceive the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize him again. With Frost Jade Peacock under his control again, all the problems could be resolved. Moreover, this method was very beneficial to Giant Sun's will. If he found two lovers who truly loved each other and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what if this pair of lovers did not obey Giant Sun's will's orders? By finding two unrelated people and using false emotion fake will goo to fulfill the master recognition condition, Giant Suns would have the initiative. Because false emotion fake will goo contained Giant Sun's will, false emotion fake will goo was controlled by Giant Sun's will. Even if these two unrelated people became disloyal in the future, as long as the false emotion fake will goo was still in his hands, at worst, Giant Suns could just choose two new people. Little Sparrow, you are still far from being able to fight me. Giant Suns was astute and far-sighted. He had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. The seemingly desperate situation could not stump him. With just a little thought, he thought of a solution. He immediately mobilized the strength of 88-point Jinyang Tower and began to inspect the candidates. At this moment, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was fleeing for their lives. There were many casualties. The environment was rapidly worsening. The wind was bone-chilling. Even a spit could instantly freeze into ice. Majestic snow poured down. Tall and fierce snow monsters stood up from the depths of the snow, looking to devour people. But this could not stump Giant Sun's will. 88-point Jinyang Tower could plunder the resources of the whole of northern plains. Not to mention the two people in front of him. These two people naturally had to have Giant Sun's bloodline. Soon, Giant Suns selected two satisfactory candidates. Hei Lolan's vision suddenly changed. Even though she was rank 5 peak stage, she did not even have the ability to resist. She was forcefully sucked in by True Yang Tower. Ah, save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still frantically fleeing. He did not notice the changes in his surroundings. Bam! He crashed into the trunk of a huge tree in front of him. It feels like this kid ran with his eyes closed. He Lulan was speechless. Chapter 619. So painful, so painful. Ma Hongyun held his red forehead, grinning as he crawled up from the ground. What is this place? He discovered that the heavy snow had disappeared. The surroundings were warm like spring. It was not a world of ice and snow, but a vast ancient forest. Beside him, there was a huge ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen grown men holding hands could not wrap around it. The ancient trees reached the sky. The lush leaves covered the sky. The bright sunlight seeped through the gaps of the leaves, forming a peaceful shade. Compared to the outside world, this was like a paradise. You are now in 88-point Jinyang Tower. A voice suddenly resounded in Ma Hongyun and He Lulan's ears. Who is it? He Lulan's pupils shrunk. Ma Hongyun shouted in shock. Ghost. He panicked and subconsciously ran to He Lulan's side. Ghost? I am not a ghost. If I could become a ghost, it would be much easier to do things. Unfortunately, I am only a will left behind by the main body. I am not even comparable to a ghost. Giant Sunswill sighed. Golden sand like light particles suddenly appeared in the air. These light particles rotated and suddenly condensed into a majestic figure. It was the appearance of Giant Sun Immortal. Ah, you are? Ma Hongyun stammered, pointing at Giant Sunswill. He was extremely shocked. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. He was after all the leader of He tribe. He knew a lot. His expression was solemn. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Junior greets ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sunswill sighed again, saying, I know the two of you are filled with questions. Long story short, not long ago, this person barged into True Yang Tower and unsealed the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock. This caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be in danger. As he said this, the golden sandlight particles condensed into Chang Shan Yin's image. Ah, it's Wolf Wangda's man. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized him. It's him? He Lulan couldn't help but exclaim. But Giant Sunswill continued. What you see is not this person's true appearance. Saying so, Chang Shan Yin's image in the air gradually changed, eventually turning into Fang Yuan's original appearance. This is the true face of this person, Giant Sunswill said. Fang Yuan was impersonating Chang Shan Yin. He used the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo. It could deceive He Lulan and the others, but it could not deceive the immortal Venerable's will. Even when Fang Yuan was in the true inheritance secret realm, Giant Sunswill entered a deep slumber. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were many goo worms that recorded his image. After seeing Fang Yuan's true face, He Lulan and Ma Hongyun couldn't recognize him anymore. So this Chang Shan Yin is an imposter. They actually dared to invade Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan snorted coldly. Sensing the thick smell of a scheme, she was shocked and furious. Not only is he daring, he is also well prepared. From the two methods he used to plot against me, this is not something a single person can do. He definitely has a huge force behind him. You are all my bloodline descendants. True Yang Building was plotted against by outsiders and is in deep danger. I need your strength now. Giant Sunswill said. He Lulan and Ma Hongyun looked at each other. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with Giant Sunswill. Giant Sunswill's words were simple. In a short while, he explained everything clearly. So that's it. He Lulan came to a realization, finally understanding why True Yang Building would help Tai Bai Yunsheng. His heart was pounding. Giant Sunswill wanted him to become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The benefits involved were too shocking. Imperial Court Blessed Land has a very special condition to recognize a master. There are two blessed landowners. No wonder back then, Giant Sun Immortal wanted to set up a sacred palace for the Divine Empress to stay in. He doted on the Divine Empress a lot, and now it seems that the Divine Empress is the female lead of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake Wilgu can deceive the land spirit. This is very good. But this kid, What ability does he have to be chosen by Ancestor Giant Sun to become the blessed land's owner on par with me? He Lolan's gaze was bright, looking at Ma Hongyun with deep disdain. Don't tell me, Ancestor Giant Sun thinks he is easier to control? Thinking of this, He Lolan's gaze shook, afraid of Giant Sun's will. She did not dare to let her imagination run wild. Different from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Wait! Lady Xiaoyun and Lady Xiaoli are still outside. I don't want to be the blessed land's owner. I need to go out and save them." Lady Xiaoyun was naturally Zhao Yinyun, and Lady Xiaoli was Changli. Back then, in order to win over Mingjia, Chang Biao married his adopted daughter Changli to Ma Hongyun. Thus Changli was Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant sons will seem to think highly of Ma Hongyun, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, tender feelings for the fairer sex, as expected of my giant son's descendant. Kid, as long as you become the owner of Imperial Court, this will be your territory. At that time, you can arrange as many women as you want. Ma Hongyun was stunned, before stubbornly shouting, "No, it is so dangerous outside now. I need to save the two of them first. No matter what it is, we will talk about it later. Let me out quickly." Foolish kid, with your strength, it will be hard for you to protect yourself. How can you protect others? Giant sons will laugh heartily. Just stay here obediently and cooperate with me to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. I'll save your woman. Giant Sun's will was swift and decisive. The moment he finished speaking, he made his move. Large numbers of Gu masters were drawn into True Yang Building. Almost all of them had Giant Sun's bloodline. These were his descendants. The reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up was to benefit his descendants. Of course, Giant Sun's will did not save these descendants who did not have Gu master aptitude. Fang Yuan saw all of this. Giant Sun's will made his move again. This time, many people were drawn into the tower. Mo Yao's will set in his mind. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, floating in the air and looking at the sacred palace far away. But this place was already thousands of li away from his original location. The calamities and tribulations were getting more and more terrifying. Fang Yuan could only retreat again and again to avoid them. Around the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to intensify. It was already extremely dangerous. Frost Jade Peacock's move was too drastic. Even the power of Northern Plains' great blizzard of 10 years was attracted here. Right now, the sacred palace was mostly destroyed. Broken walls were flying around in the wind. It was no longer as majestic and glorious as before. 88-point Jinyang Tower's situation was worrying. It was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The inner layer was chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while the outer layer was a fierce blizzard that was getting thicker and thicker. Giant Sun's will has already awakened. He wants you dead. It is already a good thing that he did not target you. He will definitely not come to save us. We should retreat and go back to take Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion has a lot of immortal essence that I left behind back then. It can be used by itself. Go back to Central Continent and return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. The benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination. Why take the risk here? In his mind, Mo Yao continued to persuade. The situation had reached this point. The whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land was affected. Giant Sun's will had awakened. Water Pavilion could no longer hide. It was a good chance to retreat now while True Yang Building was busy with itself and suppressed by the heavenly tribulations. Retreat. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He looked at the glass owner token in his hand and sneered. This glass owner token was tightly gripped by him. This was a heavy trump card. He had not used it yet. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the special Will Gu formation. It was specially used to deal with Giant Sun's will. The second was the Sealing Gu formation. It could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal had left behind. The third method was more concealed and had greater power. It could temporarily pull Giant Sun's will out of True Yang Building. The Glass Owner token was the key to activating these 3 methods. Right now, the first 2 methods had been used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger than the first 2. It could be considered a trump card, especially now. 88-point Jinyang Tower was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, he would definitely suffer from the terrifying attacks of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's words were indeed wise and prudent, but how could one gain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At the same time, inside Truyang Building, Changli and Zhao Lianyun were pulled into the tower by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun out of thin air. Lady Xiaoyun, Lady Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was overjoyed as he flew towards them. Husband. Changli was surprised and happy as she escaped danger, directly throwing herself into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Zhao Lianyun also quickly walked to Ma Hongyun's side, her face filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun. Silly boy, to think there would be a time when you were useful. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Ma Hongyun let go of her, sincerely looking at Giant Sun's will in the air, thanking. Thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, an intense tremor could be felt. At once, the whole forest was shaking. What's going on? Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun turned pale. All right, don't talk nonsense. The heavenly tribulations are getting heavier. If this continues, even 88-point Jinyang Tower will not be able to withstand it. You need to become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land as soon as possible. Hurry up and do this. Giant Sun's will's expression changed as he spoke. Bam, bam, bam. A group of tall tree men slowly walked over. Each footstep was like the rumbling of thunder. The treants bent down and opened their lush palms, revealing the giant peacock that was unable to move. This is Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced. At the same time, false emotion fake will go slowly flew towards Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 620. Listen to my instructions, hold your breath, remain calm, be at ease, don't let your thoughts run wild. Giant Sun's will instructed in a leisurely tone. Hei Lulan slowly closed her eyes, relaxing her breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Changli watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. A light breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock. He shouted in surprise. Look, this peacock is alive. It is crying. The tranquil atmosphere was suddenly destroyed. Giant Sun's will's voice stopped. Hei Lulan endured her irritation, angrily opening her eyes and scolding. Nonsense. Of course the land spirit is alive. If the land spirit dies, it means the blessed land is finished. Who cares if it is crying or not? Just do as I say. Oh. So it was like this. I was wrong. Ma Hongyun was frightened by the angry black tyrant, quickly nodding his head in agreement. Calm your mind. Get rid of all distracting thoughts. Don't think too much about anything. Only like this can you display false emotion fake will goose power better. Giant Sun's will continue to instruct. Hei Lulan closed her eyes. Her breathing became lighter. A light breeze blew, bringing along the fragrance of plants. Wait a minute. Ma Hongyun suddenly shouted. You brat, you are courting death. Hei Lulan clenched her fists, a huge anger rising in her chest. She was flustered and exasperated. Old ancestor, I am a man. He is also a man. You want me to have feelings for a man. I cannot accept it. Ma Hongyun was afraid of Hei Lulan's might. He muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against Hei Lulan, while pleading with Giant Sun's will. Disgraceful thing. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth. Her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Her eyes shone with an ominous light. If not for Giant Sun's will being beside him, with his violent nature, he would have already punched and exploded Ma Hongyun's head. Idiot. The most important thing now is to save the Blessed Land, to salvage the situation. So what if you are a man? It's okay to be a little more carefree. I support you. Zhao Lianyun immediately shouted. She was worried that Hei Lulan would make things difficult for her. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. That's right, my husband. Everything is more important than anything else. I don't mind. Changli also whispered in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, it's easy for you to say that. Ancestor, I've thought of an idea. Why don't my wife and I do it? We are sincere. We can even save you the false emotion fake will go." Ma Hongyun was simple and honest. He didn't think of the complicated relationship between them. To Giant Sun's will, it was impossible not to use false emotion fake will go. Halo Lan's killing intent surged. Ma Hongyun's suggestion greatly harmed his interests. His anger was at its peak, but with Giant Sun's will present, he did not dare to act out. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's suggestion. "Lad, you are still too young. Is true love so easy to find? In the face of a disaster, they fly away separately. Couples in the mortal world are often like this. Do you think your wife truly loves you?" Hee hee. Giant Sun's will's words made Changli's face turn pale. Indeed, Changli had never truly loved Ma Hongyun. Initially, she was sent to Ma tribe as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao, with the intention of befriending Ma Yingjie. But later on, Chang Biao died. Changli lost her backer and could only resign herself to fate, staying by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun had reached rank 3. He became Ma tribe's acting elder. His assets were no longer the same as before. He was also deeply trusted by Ma Yingjie and could afford to raise Changli. Ma Hongyun would become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun's will had already started investigating Changli and Zhao Lianyun, who had a close relationship with him. His method of investigation was simple, direct, and effective. He directly sent a portion of his will into Changli and Zhao Lianyun's minds, flipping through their memories and thoughts. With the advantage of true yang building and the help of an immortal Venerable, Changli and Zhao Lianyun could not sense that their secrets were being rapidly exposed by Giant Sun's will. "Old ancestor, what do you mean?" Ma Hongyun frowned. He was foolish and daring. He Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, but he dared to directly question him. Giant Sun's will laughed. "You are indeed an idiot, lad. Never mind, it is understandable that your mind is not working fast. I will give you a lesson now. This wife of yours has an ulterior motive for getting close to you. She was purposely sent here by her foster father. Even when you saved the damsel in distress back then, it was merely a show." Chang Li's face turned pale. Her body trembled. He Lulan was unmoved. He was already used to such dirty political tricks. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened. He did not believe it. Giant Sun's will continued. "There is also this little female companion of yours. She is called Zhao Lianyun. Hee. She is somewhat intelligent. She had no choice but to accompany you. She was forced by the situation. In the depths of her heart, she did not even like you. She was only using you to protect herself. Of course, now that you have become stronger, she has already started to rely on you." Zhao Lianyun's heart turned cold. The feeling of having her thoughts seen through was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the clothes she was wearing had been ripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute. She was not an ordinary child. She was a transmigrator. The hardships of her fate made her realize the mysteriousness and cruelty of this world. At this moment, Giant Sun's will suddenly paused. The will image in the air opened its eyes wide, revealing an expression of shock and anger. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Giant Sun's will's tone changed. He stared at Zhao Lianyun with eyes filled with disgust, scaring Zhao Lianyun into retreating a few steps. "You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. Hee. You truly have guts. You truly have guts. But a pity, you met me." Giant Sun's will revealed a dense killing intent. Otherworldly demon. What is that? He Lulan was shocked with his knowledge. It was the first time he had heard of such a term. He looked at Zhao Lianyun, but could not see anything extraordinary about her. "Old ancestor, what are you trying to do?" Even if Ma Hongyun was stupid, he could still sense that something was wrong. He quickly ran in front of Zhao Lianyun, opening his arms, protecting her behind him. "Brat, you want to protect an otherworldly demon?" Giant Sun's will raised his voice, his expression becoming cold. "What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon. I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death." Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Giant Sun's Will shook his head, snickering. He disdained to explain, but for some reason, he had to explain. Beaten to death? Brat, you are destined to become a Gu immortal. She will not help you. There will definitely be other people, other things that will help you. Otherworldly demons are the enemies of the whole world. They are a huge threat. If they are allowed to grow, the consequences will be unthinkable. There was once an otherworldly demon. When he matured, he almost destroyed the 5 regions. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun's Will's words. It was truly too sensational. From his words, it sounded like an otherworldly demon was in existence that could rival rank 9 venerables. How was this possible? But the person who said this was someone that He Lulan had no choice but to believe. At once, He Lulan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent. You cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun persisted in his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked at Ma Hongyun's lonely figure, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demon was, but she had already guessed that it had something to do with her transmigration. She forcefully wiped away her tears, her lips curling into a resolute arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly wanted to protect her, she could not implicate Ma Hongyun because of this. She took a step forward, standing in front of Ma Hongyun. Raising her head to face Giant Sun's Will in the air, her tone firm. If you want to take my life, come and take it. Good. Giant Sun's Will laughed malevolently, his killing intent surging. There was no trace of sympathy. He was an enormous will formed from the special will Gu. The difference between special will and other wills was, the Gu Master would give it a special action, and this action would be triggered when a specific situation was satisfied. And this Giant Sun's Will, when it was formed, had been given a deep meaning by the main body, when it discovered the otherworldly demon. Regardless of the situation, killing the otherworldly demon was the most important task. Giant Sun's Will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to endure until now. No! Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad and shouted. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun in his embrace. Otherworldly demon, your death is not to be regretted. Giant Sun's Will sneered and was about to attack. But the next moment, his expression froze and he roared towards the sky. Damn it! The angry roar suddenly stopped, and the will's influence in the air suddenly disappeared. Giant Sun's Will only felt a strong and irresistible force dragging him outside 88-point Jinyang Tower. What happened? What happened? Be it He Lulan or Ma Hongyun, they were both stunned on the spot, not expecting this to happen. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's Will was so powerful, why did it suddenly disappear? Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the golden sand-like majestic will envelop the whole of True Yang Tower. Rumble. A vast number of chaotic lightning balls exploded one after another. Chaotic lightning balls could cause people to fall into chaos, and in essence, they targeted thoughts and wills. Giant Sun's Will was countered by the chaotic lightning balls and was immediately battered by the explosions. Large amounts of his body parts flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke was hitting him while he was down, swallowing pieces of Giant Sun's Will. Giant Sun's Will was truly too majestic. The outer layer of his will was being devoured by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while the inner layer was desperately trying to drill into the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was originally controlled by Giant Sun's Will, but now it was an empty tower. Although the skeleton was still there, many goo worms inside had stopped working. It was like thousands of soldiers suddenly losing their commander. They could only rely on their instincts and habits. At this moment, 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely fragile. Chapter 621. Ant, I'm going to kill you. Giant Sun's Will was furious after being ambushed again. It immediately sent out a majestic current of will towards Feng Yuan, who was far away. However, this current of will was washed away by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer. It had shrunk by 30%. After being whittled away by the outer layer's blizzard, it had shrunk by another 20%. By the time it reached Fang Yuan, it had already shrunk by more than half. At this level, I can only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Fang Yuan ignored the incoming attack. His mind was calm as he silently estimated the duration of the third method. He gripped the glass owner token tightly, and with a thought, he appeared in 88 True Yang building in a flash. This was the power of the Glass Abode Master token. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had relied on this to secretly teleport, keeping everyone in the dark. At the next moment, he appeared in an icy mountain, causing the current of will to miss. The world was white, the bone-chilling wind blew on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Three-eyed snow rabbits that were as tall as humans with bulging muscles drilled out from the depths of the snowy ground, and in a short period of time, they surrounded Fang Yuan. This was naturally one of the checkpoints in 88-point Jinyang Tower, and Tai Bai Yunsheng was here. The number of snow rabbits increased. Soon there were tens of thousands of them, and they glared at Fang Yuan. In terms of close combatability, these snow rabbits were not inferior to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. In a world of ice and snow, their combat strength even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf pack. They had large numbers of wild goo on their bodies. They were even more ferocious. To break through their obstruction, one would need to expend a lot of energy, as well as a lot of time. But Fang Yuan had the Glass Owner token. He did not need to force his way through. With a thought, the Glass Abode Master token flashed with a faint light. The snow rabbits showed a confused expression, their killing intent dissipating. With a wave of Fang Yuan's hand, they scattered and burrowed into the thick snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Using the Glass Owner token, Fang Yuan could control many floors of the True Yang building. He had purposely held back. He didn't control all of them, so there were still some spots left. Now that he had used it, he could immediately turn this barrier into his own. Without the hindrance of Giant Sun's will, he smoothly became the true controller of this checkpoint. Dispersing these snow rabbits was naturally an easy task. Kacha, the glacier cracked open, revealing a hole. The hole extended downwards, all the way into the iceberg. Fang Yuan entered the cave and ran quickly. Soon, he saw Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's hair was as white as snow. He was sealed in a block of ice and seemed to be in a deep slumber, motionless. During his tribulation, he was struck by the chaotic lightning ball and fell into a state of chaos, unable to think. Thus, Giant Sun's will easily sucked him into the building. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have Giant Sun's bloodline and was also a Gu immortal. He was not easy to control. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Giant Sun's will seize the time to deal with the land spirit. Thus, he took the chance to seal him here. Fang Yuan willed. The ice broke and Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly woke up. Chang Shan Yin. Tai Bai Yunsheng gradually regained his senses. He looked around and recalled, staring at Fang Yuan. Even though he had always been disgusted by Fang Yuan's ruthless actions, he showed gratitude at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan smiled proudly. If I did not save you, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunsheng, do you know that you are facing a great calamity? Your death tribulation is upon you. A great calamity? My death tribulation is upon me? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. This famous person was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and smiled at Fang Yuan. I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng with resentment, explaining, I received Master's orders to infiltrate True Yang Building and release the Land Spirit Seal, intending to overthrow True Yang Building and take control of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Master also gave me the Glass Owner token to use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But along the way, you suddenly ascended to an immortal, and Giant Sun's will borrowed your strength to weaken the land spirit, leading to this dangerous situation. You think you are favored by Giant Sun's will? Humph. He is only using you to protect True Yang Building. Now, you have already lost your value and are sealed. If I did not save you, you would have fallen into Giant Sun's will's hands, unable to live or die. What? Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned, revealing a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words, not only was there a lot of information, it was also very impactful. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his frown becoming deeper and deeper. I was wondering why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will. After being sucked into True Yang building, I was sealed for no reason. According to what you said, everything can be explained. But who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Although you released my seal, it does not mean that I will unconditionally believe your words. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Who am I? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Saying that, he took a step back, and in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng, he took out a knife and slowly cut his forehead. A line of blood followed the edge of the knife, extending all the way to his abdomen. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, holding the knife in a reverse grip. He aimed at the back of his head and cut downwards, his two hands holding the knife alternately, cutting a wound. Two long wounds quickly oozed out scarlet blood. Intense pain came, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he cut wounds of all sizes on his arms, thighs, and other crucial areas. Throughout the process, his wrist was as steady as a mountain rock, his expression indifferent, as if he was cutting someone else and not himself, not feeling any pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng shivered inwardly, taking a step back, suspicion rising in his heart. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk. The shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth, first stripping off his clothes, then his skin. His movements were clean and efficient. There was not an inch of skin left on his body, only bright red tendons were left. Like a blood monster, his white gums were exposed, looking extremely horrifying. Next, Fang Yuan activated his healing goo worm. Bathing in a jade-green light, his whole body quickly grew new tender skin. The skin gradually covered his whole body, and when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's true appearance. So you are not Chang Shanin. You are pretending to be him. Who exactly are you? Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was benevolent, he was not stupid. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood the truth. He felt even more fear in his heart. The Fang Yuan in front of him, although only an ordinary-looking young man, had an extraordinary aura, especially his eyes that were like an ancient lake, deep and unfathomable. His whole body emitted a dense rank 5-peak stage aura. His gaze was sharp like a blade. Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen countless people. With one look, he could tell that Fang Yuan was a proud person with a firm will, a genius who did not fear any challenge. Such a person, Tai Bai Yunsheng had only seen a few in his entire life. Who am I? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his lips curling into a trace of arrogance, his expression lively. His gaze was bright. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone was solemn. His words were filled with sincerity that made people subconsciously believe him. My real name is Fang Yuan. I came from Central Continent to Northern Plains with an important master's order. We are from the same sect. Fang Yuan? The same master and disciple? Bo. Astonished, shock, and astonishment filled his heart. Bo continuously attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. What do you mean? Himph. We are from the same sect. You still don't understand? It means that your master and I are the same person. Our relationship is that of senior and junior brothers. Fang Yuan frowned, his tone showing some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan. He naturally understood. It was just that he could not comprehend the significance of this at the moment. When he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, a figure appeared in his mind. It was an old beggar. He had a head of purple-red messy hair. At times he was crazy, at times he was unconscious. But when he was awake, the old beggar's gaze was like the sea. His aura was intimidating. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng kindly gave the old beggar a bowl of water to drink. When the old beggar woke up, he gave him 3 gu immortal true inheritances to choose from. In the end, the young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the 3rd true inheritance. This was the deepest impression in Tai Bai Yunsheng's memory. He could not forget it for the rest of his life. For many days and nights, he would always think of the old beggar's figure. He was the one who saved the confused Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng up from the bottom. It could be said that the old beggar created Tai by Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not be the current Tai by Yunsheng. Master, Tai by Yunsheng muttered. All along, he had treated the old beggar as his supreme master. His body could not help but tremble. He had tried to investigate the old beggar's whereabouts, and had never stopped trying. But so many years had passed, he had almost traveled all over northern plains, but there was no progress. The old beggar was mysterious, appearing suddenly and disappearing mysteriously. Now, when Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly heard news about his master, he was filled with excitement, joy, and even more disbelief. Now, listen carefully. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunxing. His tone was not polite. Master's name is Zishan Makoto. He has 6 disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am the 5th. I cultivate strength path and enslavement path. Both paths are Gu immortal true inheritances. Zishan Makoto, Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunsheng was like a treasure. He chewed on the name Fang Yuan fabricated out of thin air. The old beggar's messy purple hair appeared in his mind. Master usually does not care about his appearance. He likes to travel the world and explore secrets. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him talk about you. He once gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. Humph. If it were me, I would definitely choose the first one. That fire path inheritance is the inheritance of Burning Sea Heavenly Immortal. It has astonishing power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and lively, as if such a thing really happened. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and his heart shook. He had never mentioned this experience to anyone, but Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. He actually accurately described the situation back then. He naturally did not know that Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had the immortal recipe of landscape as before Gu. Then, you are my senior brother? Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan. His gaze had already changed greatly. Humph. Fang Yuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. You can barely be considered an in-name disciple. Master actually has many. You cannot be compared to a direct disciple like me. But according to the rules of the sect, as long as an in-name disciple succeeds in immortal ascension, he will be promoted to a direct disciple. According to the ranking, you are now my that 5th senior brother. Oh? Tai Bai Yunxing slightly raised his brows. What are you so proud of? You are only ranked ahead of me because of your Gu immortal status. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Wait until I become a Gu immortal. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. After I defeat you, I will become your 5th senior brother. Of course, looking at your old appearance, you don't have much lifespan left. Maybe I don't even need to become an immortal. I can just wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's tone and attitude were extremely impolite, and even carried obvious hatred. This was where his brilliance lay. If he was allowed to speak with passion, if he raised his hand to swear, Tai Bai Yunxing might not believe him. But it was precisely because of this rejection and conflict that made Tai Bai Yunxing relax his vigilance and gradually choose to believe him. Although Tai Bai Yunxing was quite old, compared to Fang Yuan who had 500 years of experience, he paled in comparison. Fang Yuan did not give a direct explanation, but with just a few words, Tai Bai Yunxing understood the whole story and saw a corner of the sect. Tai Bai Yunxing pondered. Then, 6th junior brother. Fang Yuan immediately stretched out his hand. Don't call me that. I am not familiar with you. My mission was originally going well. You messed it up. Do you know how much time Master spent to make the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now it turned out like this. How am I going to explain this to Master when I return? Just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing was powerlessly interrupted by Fang Yuan and could not get angry. Instead, he felt a sense of guilt. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, sincerely asking for guidance. Then, Fang Yuan, now that things have come to this, how can I help you to recoup the sect's losses? Success. He. Splendid, truly splendid. Lad, you are truly sinister. Tiske. With just a few words, you swindled a Gu immortal's battle strength. Imo Yao had been observing from the side, but at this moment, she could not help but appear in Fang Yuan's mind, praising Feng Yuan's performance endlessly. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he said unhappily, "Heh, after talking for so long, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you finally said something sensible. Master's eyes are not wrong. He did not nurture an ingrate. Knowing kindness and repaying it is the role model of our generation. The situation is terrible now, and most importantly, we do not have much time left. I have already used the 3 methods Master left behind. You need to cooperate with me. Now, we can only rely on the 2 of us. Please instruct me." Tai Bai Yunsheng bowed again. "First, use this." Feng Yuan grinned, throwing out the 15-year lifespan goo. "This is..." Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at this lifespan goo, and his expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. "Use it, you might have immortal goo man as before, but that thing consumes a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly die of old age at the crucial moment." Feng Yuan's tone was vicious, his expression cold. But Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a sense of warmth. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. His grasp of people's hearts had reached the peak. "This lifespan goo, the glass owner token in my hand, can control a portion of the round. There is only 1 lifespan goo in True Yang building. Quickly use it, don't dawdle." But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not use it in the end, instead keeping it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Even now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan goo in his hand seemed to have that familiar smell of blood. "What's wrong with you?" Feng Yuan was furious, pretending he did not know anything. "There are some reasons." Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyelids drooped before raising his gaze, firmly looking at Feng Yuan. "Anyway, don't worry. I will provide you with the greatest help." Feng Yuan stared fixedly at Tai Bai Yunsheng, gritting his teeth. "Scoundrel, do you know I did not hesitate to use the glass owner token to get this lifespan goo?" Tai Bai Yunsheng was silent. His gaze was gentle like jade, but filled with determination. Feng Yuan's words made him feel even more warmth in his heart. The last trace of suspicion also vanished. After looking at each other for a while, Feng Yuan seemed to feel Tai Bai Yunsheng's determination, retracting his gaze. If you were not a Gu immortal and a personal disciple, I would not care about your life or death. All right, according to the contents of your true inheritance and your performance in the tribulation, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before, right? Yes. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Yes. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. He opened his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth, not concealing his joy. "Very good, follow me." Saying so, a large group of starlight firefly goo flew out of his aperture. "Oh, right. Hold these 2 for me. Put them in your immortal aperture. I can't bring them." "I can't bring it." Feng Yuan casually tossed it. "Immortal goo." Tai Bai Yunsheng's pupil shrunk. Chapter 622. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal had been waiting at the Stargate for a long time. After seeing Feng Yuan's figure, she immediately jumped in front of him and hugged his thigh, using her cute apple-like face to rub against him. "Hee, it has been hard on you these days when I was not around." Feng Yuan's face showed a gentle smile. He stretched out his hand and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's small head. Little Hu Immortal's pair of fox ears immediately trembled, her face showing a happy expression, a snow-white fox tail lightly swaying behind her small butt. "This is the land spirit? That means this is a blessed land." Tai Bai Yunsheng followed closely and stepped out of the Stargate. After seeing Little Hu Immortal, he could not help but be shocked. He had heard Little Hu Immortal calling Feng Yuan master. Feng Yuan was only a mortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. There were also people in history who had such a fortuitous encounter. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal. When he was still immortal, he was lucky enough to inherit Imperial Court Blessed Land. After that, Imperial Court Blessed Land gave Giant Sun Immortal a huge help in his cultivation. Haha, this central continent Blessed Land is called Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I received Master's orders and forcefully seized it from several central continent sections. Feng Yuan replied with a proud expression. Immediately, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze changed again. Immortals and mortals were different, But now he was truly looking at Fang Yuan as an equal. He could not help but ask, thinking about it, the process of seizing this blessed land must have been very dangerous, right? Of course, thinking about it now, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. But speaking of which, the winner takes all. Everything is that simple. I obtained the blessed land and became the final victor. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing in his heart. This benefit was huge. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a dead Gu immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was equivalent to inheriting the Gu immortal's immortal aperture and continuing to cultivate. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yunxing's impression of Fang Yuan's adventurous character deepened. Master, who is he? Little Hu Immortal saw Tai Bai Yunxing and sensed the Gu immortal aura overflowing from his body. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and alert. Don't worry, he's one of us. You are here to help us save Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Fox Immortal. Quickly bring us to Danghun Mountain. When Little Fox Immortal heard this, her eyes lit up. She believed her master's words without reservation. Therefore, he immediately let down his guard and led Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Together, they disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were teleported to the center of the Blessed Land and saw Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain had already been mixed and corroded to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The once towering Danghun Mountain was now reduced to a small mound. Previously, in Danghun Mountain, the Danghun Palace that was created was naturally destroyed long ago. Master, if you were any later, you wouldn't have been able to see Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's tone was sorrowful. Fang Yuan lightly stroked her small head and turned to look at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was a smart person. Seeing this scene and recalling Fang Yuan's words, he guessed Fang Yuan's intention in inviting him. He nodded towards Fang Yuan and took out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the aura of the immortal Gu filled the surrounding space. This is? Little Hu Immortal stared with her watery eyes. This was the first time she saw landscape as before Gu. This Gu was like a ladybug, fist-sized and jade-like all over its body. There were natural patterns on its round shell. Half of the patterns were long and winding, depicting rivers and lakes, while the other half was steep and overlapping, depicting hills and peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing lightly shouted, and a bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a ray of light and entered landscape as before Gu in the blink of an eye. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with a jade-like radiance that shot up to the sky, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. The radiance enveloped the damaged Danghun Mountain. Gruel mud on the surface of Danghun Mountain immediately calmed down under the jade light. The power of immortal Gu gruel mud was quickly neutralized until it disappeared. The jade light gradually dimmed and Tai Bai Yunxing threw in a second bead of green grape immortal essence. The jade light regained its strength and covered the damaged Danghun Mountain, continuously cleansing it. The small mound of Danghun Mountain, under the nourishment of the radiance, grew taller and stronger at a visible speed. Danghun Mountain is back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her small hands and laughed happily. But good times did not last long. Danghun Mountain only recovered 20% before the jade light weakened again. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed slightly. What mountain is this? It actually consumes so much green grape immortal essence. When he became an immortal, he had produced 36 beads of green grape immortal essence. But after that, he used his movement Gu and dodged the chaotic lightning balls, expending one bead. In his own immortal aperture, he resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities that formed after the formation of the immortal Gu, and used landscape as before Gu to restore his immortal aperture to its original state, expending a total of 3 beads. Tai Bai Yunxing was very clear about the preciousness of immortal essence. Now that he had just restored Danghun Mountain, he had already expended 2 beads of immortal essence. Looking at this situation, he would need to expend at least 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Danghun Mountain? Danghun Mountain? Tai Bai Yunxing finally heard it clearly and his expression changed, his eyes widening as he said in shock, could it be? In The Legends of Ran Zhu, could there be a second Dang Hun Mountain? Fong Yuan's smile deepened. To think that I would actually see the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. This is the soul cultivation holy land that even spectral soul demon Venerable praises endlessly. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed with emotion, praising it endlessly. Even for him, this was the first time he was seeing such a legendary object. Glancing at Fong Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze had a subtle change again. He did not speak, silently using the third bead of immortal essence, and continued to activate landscape as before Gu. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% of its original state. The jade light was not as strong as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng used the fourth bead, the fifth bead of green grape immortal essence, until the sixth bead, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 100%. As expected of Dang Hun Mountain, I expended a total of 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did I complete the restoration. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered as he looked at the mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificent. It was not something a normal mountain could compare to. It was a crystal mountain, pink in color and emitted a dreamy light. It was unforgettable. Master, Dang Hun Mountain's illness is finally cured. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red, sob. She cried tears of joy as she lowered her head. She used the back of her delicate hands to wipe away her tears. Fong Yuan looked at Dang Hun Mountain, letting out a breath of turbid air. At this point, his goal of infiltrating northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of hard work, the dangers of the battlefield, the careful disguise, the painstaking planning. None of it was wasted. Right now, Fong Yuan's heart was burning with a blazing flame. The name of this blazing flame was ambition. The fully restored Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There was still a good opportunity in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was excluded from the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was like an ownerless piece of land. False emotion fake will Gu was an immortal Gu. It was hard to capture. But Fong Yuan's glib tongue had already obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. He had successfully roped in a crucial battle strength that could influence the situation. At that time, he could use the Gu Immortal's will to forcefully refine the false emotion fake will Gu. It was not impossible. Let's go back to Northern Plains. Fong Yuan left in a hurry. He left to Immortal Blessed Land with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Before leaving, he handed the soul-devouring toad to Little Hu Immortal. Soul-devouring toad was a storage Gu. It was filled with souls of both humans and beasts. Most of them were collected by Fong Yuan from the battlefield. Using Dang Hun Mountain, he could produce a large number of Guts Gu. Returning to 88-point Jinyang Tower, more than half of the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate had been lost. Fong Yuan quickly stored the rest back into his aperture. It was not easy to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more opening of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. This time, they went from Northern Plains to Central Continent and from Central Continent to Northern Plains. It was simply unrestrained, so close yet so far. Tai Bai Yunsheng had only heard of Whole Earth Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu. They could allow Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens to connect, but he had never seen such a method. I'm afraid only a person like Sixth Junior Brother is worthy of such a powerful method. Maybe Master taught him this. The trip to Immortal Blessed Land made Tai Bai Yunsheng trust Fong Yuan even more. Fong Yuan was only immortal now, but he had a blessed land. This in itself was enough to prove many problems. The magnificent scenery of Dang Hun Mountain was deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart. Seeing is believing, hearsay is false. Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to believe. Fong Yuan first showed his true appearance, then used Lifespan Gu, secret information, and so on to gain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. He also solved Tai Bai Yunsheng's doubts. Why did True Yang Building help him undergo tribulation for no reason? Fong Yuan's words and the evidence he showed Tai Bai Yunsheng were almost all true. Only the crucial parts were lies. 9 truths and 1 lie. The lies became the truth. Especially this lie. It was Tai Bai Yunsheng's deepest secret. After being soul-searched by Fong Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng had never revealed it to anyone. The most amazing part of this was that Fang Yuan understood Tai Bai Yunqing's mentality. Tai Bai Yunqing felt extremely guilty for betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He had once denied the value of his existence, and after being provoked, he impulsively underwent tribulation with thoughts of suicide. But after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a Gu immortal, he stood at a whole new height and saw a different scenery. His mind started to become active, especially after going through so much to pass the tribulation and obtain an immortal aperture. He did not want to die so much. He wanted to start anew, but he still had a knot in his heart. He needed hope. He needed recognition. This psychological need was something that even Tai Bai Yunqing did not notice. But Fang Yuan noticed it and gave him recognition. Especially Fang Yuan's recognition, to a certain extent, it represented his teacher's recognition. In Tai Bai Yunqing's heart, he deeply respected his teacher. His teacher's recognition made him feel that he still had value in living. A mysterious sect, a whole new scenery, it piqued his curiosity. He was at the peak of mortals. He had experienced the mortal world, but on the path to immortality, he was still a child who had just started. The 15-year lifespan Gu was in his possession. He was no longer anxious. He also felt guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything, but also gave him a large amount of irrefutable evidence. The most important thing was, from the deepest part of his heart, he was willing to believe in Fang Yuan. But those who were deceived, was it really because they were stupid? No, it was just that they were willing to believe. I will return your immortal Gu to you. Tai Bai Yunqing threw fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received them as if nothing had happened. His casual attitude towards immortal Gu and his trust towards Tai Bai Yunqing once again made Tai Bai Yunqing feel moved. But when Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand and sensed it, he was shocked and quickly brought Tai Bai Yunqing to another round. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing were in a vast forest. Roars and angry shouts resounded continuously. Giant trees uprooted their roots and stood up, turning into a tall tree man. In an instant, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing were heavily surrounded by tree man. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was solemn. He did not care about a single tree man, but the number of tree man here was extremely shocking. To completely eliminate all of them, he would need to pay a huge price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly shook the glass owner token in his hand, immediately turning this round into his own. The tree man's charging momentum stopped, its killing intent extinguished. While Tai Bai Yunqing was in a daze, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly brought him in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyun. Right now, there was a huge change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were hiding under its wings. Surrounding them were layers upon layers of tree man, surrounding them and attacking them. He Lulan was fighting alone not far away. The false emotion fake Gu was resting on his shoulder. While fending off the attacks of the trance, he continued to attack Ma, Zhao, and Chong. But these attacks were all blocked by the Frost Jade Peacock's light barrier midway. Lord He Lulan, you are also being attacked by the tree man. You are in the same situation as us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lulan snorted coldly. Didn't you hear what Ancestor said earlier? This woman of yours is an otherworldly demon. Her origin is mysterious. She is a disaster and must be eliminated. Who knows? She might be on the same side as the fake Changshan Yin. Ancestor was just about to attack her when he suddenly disappeared and met with a mishap. You are of Giant Sun's bloodline, a person of Northern Plains, yet you can't differentiate right from wrong. You are protecting an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted. She is not an otherworldly demon. She is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your energy. The two of us have already been recognized by the land spirit. With its help, you cannot kill us. It turned out that when Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, this round had no one in charge and was automatically activated. The tree man treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun, and the rest as challengers. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun for Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun sacrificed himself to help. This caused Zhao Lianyun's heart to tremble. and he truly fell in love with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had already given his heart to Zhao Linyun. The two of them truly loved each other, and the land spirit took the initiative to recognize them as masters. At the crucial moment, the land spirit created a defensive barrier for the two of them, blocking the fatal attacks of the Tree Man and He Lulan. As for Changli, she died tragically under the attacks of the Tree Man. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly appeared on the Tree Man's crown and observed the battle. Ma Hongyun actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. Humph, this lad's luck is really amazing, Fang Yuan muttered with a complex tone. You know him? Tai Bai Yunxing was slightly shocked. He did not expect the Grand Fang Yuan to know this rank 3 initial stage nobody. It's you. He Lulan quickly sensed Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. His pupil shrunk and he quickly jumped to the side, as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyelids twitched. His heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Giant Suns will suddenly disappeared. The mysterious man impersonating Chang Shan appeared again with Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunxing beside him. The two seemed to have a close relationship. This situation was extremely disadvantageous to He Lulan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The land spirit's protective barrier continued to shrink. It was already surrounded by the Tree Man layer by layer. His and Zhao Lianyun's line of sight had already been blocked by the lush and dense leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing glanced at He Lulan, who had a grim expression, and asked calmly. Fang Yuan sneered. To topple True Yang Building, we need to borrow the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Although Frost Jade Peacock has recognized a master, it is actually taking advantage of the fact that Giant Sun's will is not present and the sealing power on its body is not controlled by anyone, thus it is struggling at death's door. Most of its power has already been sealed again. The defensive light barrier is in imminent danger and cannot stop me. I will go and kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. You go and deal with He Lulan and obtain false emotion fake will Gu. I believe with your Gu immortal battle strength, it should not be a problem. You need to move quickly, we do not have much time. Immortals and mortals are different. The difference between them is like a chasm. Don't worry. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled lightly and floated up, approaching He Lulan. Fang Yuan shot down like lightning, directly attacking Ma Hongyun. The surrounding Tree Man, under his will, followed him in layers. Chapter 623. Bam Bam Bam. The 6 10-meter-tall treants raised their hammer-like fists high in the air and ruthlessly smashed the light barrier one after another. Frost Jade Peacock cried out. The wide wings had already been sealed by the gold, and only its head was still exposed. Masters, I can't hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, her long eyelashes trembling. The light barrier was getting weaker and weaker. Under the Tree Men's attacks, it was on the verge of shattering. More terrifyingly, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Imperial Court Blessed Land was already in ruins, and Frost Jade Land Spirit was sealed. The remaining strength was nothing to Fang Yuan. He could break through it any time. The fatal crisis had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had no idea. Even if they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating. Zhao Lianyun was silent. She leaned on Ma Hongyun with her eyes closed. In essence, she was a woman after all. Ma Hongyun consoled her softly, even though he himself had no hope. It's over. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, stepping on the leaves and entering the innermost layer of the Tree Men's encirclement. But just as he was about to attack and dive down, Imo Yao suddenly cried out in his mind, Huh? This aura. Wait a minute. Stop right now. What's wrong? Fang Yuan's movement halted. He stopped at the top of the tree, bewildered. Ever since Imo Yao's will was placed in his mind, he had never seen Imo Yao have such intense emotional fluctuations. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, Imo Yao appeared. Her face was covered in tears, her body was trembling. She muttered to herself, this aura, there's no mistake, there's no mistake. This is fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu? Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he recalled. For the sake of her lover, Bo Qing, when Imo Yao was alive, He had put in a lot of effort to research the 88-point Jinyang Tower and had taken the risk to enter the true inheritance mystic realm. Her original goal was to obtain one of the supreme true inheritances, the luck path true inheritance, and steal fortune rivaling heaven goo. However, in the end, she was only partially successful. Even though she had gone through a lot of hardships and used all her strength to break a crack in the luck path true inheritance. But fortune rivaling heaven goo flew along this crack and disappeared without a trace. However, Imo Yao did not come out empty-handed. She obtained a small portion of the luck Dao inheritance. Combining with her refinement Grandmaster Foundation, she finally refined Calamity Beckoning Goo. But Calamity Beckoning Goo was inferior to fortune rivaling heaven goo. Imo Yao used Calamity Beckoning Goo to help Bo Qing in his tribulation, but both of them died. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan found the inheritance left behind by Imo Yao and refined Calamity Beckoning Goo again. He accepted Imo Yao's final mission to return the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House in the future. Right now, Imo Yao suddenly sensed fortune rivaling heaven goo's aura. This was the full effort she put in when she was alive. She used all her wisdom, but still failed to obtain the crucial immortal goo. It was not hard to understand why she lost her composure and was so agitated. Fortune rivaling heaven goo's aura is on this kid. To think that I, Imo Yao, put in all my effort, narrowly escaping death, I let fortune rivaling heaven goo escape. In the end, a mortal kid benefited from it. Hee. Is this fate? Imo Yao looked up at the sky and sighed, crying and laughing. Her tone was extremely bleak. Fang Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. He asked in his mind, that means fortune rivaling heaven goo is on Ma Hongyun? Are you sure? Of course, fortune rivaling heaven goo's aura. I will absolutely not forget it. Imo Yao replied resolutely. She continued, fortune rivaling heaven goo is rank 8. It is a one-time consumable goo. It is formless and intangible. It is a lump of grand luck. It is extremely difficult to capture using ordinary methods. Back then, my main body was unable to capture it, causing it to disappear without a trace. Even True Yang Building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains and wandered, finally landing on that kid's body. So it is only a one-time consumable goo. Fang Yuan was immediately greatly disappointed. Fortune rivaling heaven goo was the highest achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path true inheritance. Its value was extremely huge. Fang Yuan could not obtain any benefits in true inheritance secluded domain. It would be best if he could snatch fortune rivaling heaven goo from Ma Hongyun. But unfortunately, fortune rivaling heaven goo was a one-time use goo. It would disappear once used. Fang Yuan, be careful. Fortune rivaling heaven goo is extremely mysterious. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had many fortuitous encounters, turning calamities into blessings, his luck never ending. It was mostly because of fortune rivaling heaven goo. Ma Hong used fortune rivaling heaven goo. He is a true son of luck. His luck is number 1 in the 5 regions. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had the same luck. He has the same level of luck. Although luck is formless and intangible, it is also a part of strength. You must not look down on it. Imo Yao anxiously reminded. I know my limits. Fang Yuan restrained his killing intent. His gaze was cold as he stood on the branch, not attacking rashly. He looked down at Ma Hongyun and the others from above, allowing the treant beneath his feet to launch its attacks. Actually, the distance between the two was not far, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. From this, it could be seen how severely weakened the land spirit was. The strength of both sides was clear. It looked like the fruits of victory were at their fingertips. Killing Ma Hongyun was as easy as flipping one's hand. But Fang Yuan did not think so. He was once a Gu immortal. His horizons naturally surpassed mortals. He was clear. The so-called Gu master paths, wisdom path, strength path, refinement path, metal path, time path, and so on, they looked like a collection of complex and detailed goo worms, but in essence, they were the understanding of heaven and earth, the analysis of the profundities of the universe. Luck path was the same. Because of Giant Sun Immortal's example, luck path, compared to other paths, could explain a certain aspect of the profundities of heaven and earth at a deeper level. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun. He had always placed great importance on him. Because of his previous life's memories, he knew how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, he eventually became the pillar of Northern Plains, the leader who resisted the attacks of Central Continent's Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was besieged, he was still growing healthily. Fang Yuan was clear about Ma Hongyun's growth path, and now he finally understood the source of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. And the originator of this was Mo Yao, who resided in Fang Yuan's mind. Although luck did not have a material form and could not be touched, Fang Yuan was clear about its profound power. No wonder Giant Suns will specially chose He Lulan and Ma Hongyun for the land spirit's ownership. He Lulan is the strongest bloodline descendant, while Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven. Fang Yuan felt it was quite troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was only a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the protection of a rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu was only inferior to the legendary rank 9 wisdom Gu, strength Gu, and so on. Its power was extraordinary and beyond imagination. Anyone who dared to underestimate it would have a miserable ending. Fang Yuan was only a mortal. Back then in True Inheritance' secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Qi immortal Gu. Not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in reality, when had he ever suffered a real loss along the way? Every time, it was a blessing in disguise. He had endless fortuitous encounters. Those who wanted to harm him or deal with him had instead met with misfortune. Although every time, he was not the one who attacked directly. But there would always be other external forces, accidents, and countless coincidences. These external forces, coincidences, and accidents stacked together to form an astonishing might. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Previously, Giant Sun's will wanted to eliminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun risked his life to protect him. This was equivalent to Giant Sun's will standing on the opposite side of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to make a move, Fang Yuan took action and pulled out True Yang Building, and was now being bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. Even Giant Sun's will was killed? Fang Yuan thought from a different perspective, and was immediately shocked. I have the Glass Owner token. I can investigate the situation inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. Why did I make a move earlier? It was completely unintentional. Maybe, after hearing that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, I wanted to protect her and investigate it out of curiosity? Fang Yuan recalled the situation back then. Giant Sun's will being expelled from True Yang Building could be said to have been single-handedly caused by him. But the timing was coincidental, allowing Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun to escape the calamity. If I make a move against Ma Hongyun now, will it be the same as Giant Sun's will? An external force intervening, or some accident happening? Fang Yuan held the Glass Owner token in his hand, feeling apprehensive. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan thought again. What I heard was actually Mo Yao's side of the story. Mo Yao's will seems trustworthy, but what if she is deceiving me for some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his mind, strange, I used luck inspection Gu earlier and observed almost everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven, why didn't I notice it? I only saw 2 people with the most luck. One is He Lulan, the other is Tai Bai Yunsheng. Mo Yao seemed to have expected Fang Yuan to have this question, and immediately answered. What's so strange about that? Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a rank 8 immortal Gu. Your luck inspection Gu is only a rank 5 mortal Gu. An investigative Gu that allows the Gu master to see luck that is invisible to the naked eye. How can a rank 5 investigative Gu detect the luck of a rank 8 immortal Gu? Since I can't see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to ask. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed before saying, there is a way to confirm it. That is to use investigative Gu to observe your own luck. Every time you do something unfavorable to the child of luck, Ma Hongyun, because of the mutual influence of luck, your luck will become even worse. If you don't believe me, you can check it like this. Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately activated Luck Inspection Gu. His vision immediately changed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Yinyan only had a small portion of luck, no different from ordinary people. Chapter 624. This black luck was dark and gloomy, making people feel oppressed. It was in the shape of a coffin, firmly enveloping Fang Yuan within it. At some point, Fang Yuan's black death luck had become even larger and denser. Looking into the distance, several li away, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were fighting fiercely. The luck of both sides was very clear. Above He Lulan's head was still the green cloud luck, continuous and continuous, like a huge green pillar. Above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, the luck was much less than before, not even 1/6 of the original. Moreover, it was no longer a bright red cloud, but a gloomy dusk, almost like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan turned his gaze back, looking above his head, and started experimenting according to Imo Yao's instructions. The result was just as Imo Yao had said. Every time he had a thought of harming Ma Hongyun, his black coffin luck would expand a little, and its color seemed to become even darker. Fang Yuan, I advise you to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Your black coffin luck is too dense, it's frighteningly dark. The danger is right in front of you. Don't think that luck is illusory. Think about how the giant sun immortal dominated the world. You are in deep danger now. It's as dangerous as a pile of eggs. The black coffin luck hasn't acted up yet. It's not that you won't get your retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Imo Yao repeatedly advised in Fang Yuan's mind. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his willpower as strong as steel. You want me to retreat? Would he be frightened by mere bad luck? Hee, how is that possible? His eyes squinted into slits, and under the shade of the tree crown, the corners of his mouth cracked slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Even if it's the worst luck, it won't directly attack me. It has to rely on external objects to kill me. At this moment, at this place, I want to see. Who can stop me? Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart, unceasing. He believed in the power of luck, but he believed in himself even more. He wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. I have to give it a try. If he were to shrink back just because of luck, would that be Fang Yuan's style? Ordinary people wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, but he wouldn't shed tears even if he saw the coffin. Are you crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal Gu. Sensing Fang Yuan's intense killing intent, Imo Yao screamed. Hee. Precisely because he is so strong, it is more interesting to challenge him, isn't it? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was no longer Chang Shan Yin with short hair. Instead, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and his brows were filled with wildness. He never minded bullying the weak, but he also had the courage to fight the strong. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If not now, then when? The floating sea is teased by fate. Shun the waves and follow the stream as cowardly as a worm. A true man, Imo Taizong. Even if my body shatters, I will not regret the pain. Fang Yuan softly chanted. His previous craziness was completely restrained, and his face was as calm as water. Crazy, crazy. In his mind, Imo Yao kept muttering. At this moment, the killing intent in Fang Yuan's heart reached its peak. The black coffin's fate above his head also began to expand at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded by 3 times. I want to see who can save you. Fortune, rivaling heaven Gu. Let me see your prowess as well. Fang Yuan was about to make a move. Bam! With a loud sound, the majestic air currents formed into a gale, suddenly pressing towards them from afar. He Lulan flew up, while Tai Bai Yunsheng crawled out of the deep pit with blood flowing out of his mouth. He looked at He Lulan, who was floating in the air, with a shocked expression. You are actually... Before he finished speaking, He Lulan pounced down again. Bam! With a loud sound, the ground shook and dust rose. 10 extreme physique. Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk as he muttered in place of Tai Bai Yunsheng. To think that He Lulan actually had one of the 10 extreme physiques. It seemed that it was the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. After a few breaths of time, a figure flew out of the dust. It was Tai Bai Yunsheng. His hair was messy, his face was covered in dust, and his chest was caved in, revealing his pale white bones. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, but soon his body shone with green light, and the blood stopped flowing. The heavy injuries on his body were quickly recovering. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had exchanged information. They knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng had two immortal gu, landscape as before and man as before. But evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was not using the immortal gu man as before, but an ordinary healing gu. Man as before immortal gu needed green grape immortal essence to activate. It had great effects, but green grape immortal essence was not easy to accumulate. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, gu immortals would not easily use immortal gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng, you are a grand gu immortal. Why are you afraid of a mortal like me? A loud roar shook heaven and earth. He Lulan also flew into the sky, chasing after Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such dense aura of the 10 extreme physiques, terrifying. He Lulan not only has one of the 10 extreme physiques, she is also on the verge of self-detonation. This time, Fang Yuan obtained even more information. Back then, Fang Yuan relied on Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Eye Soul physique to fight stronger enemies on Qingmao Mountain and overturn the situation. At that time, Bai Ningbing was only rank 3. The higher the cultivation level of the 10 extreme physiques, the stronger the power of self-detonation. Once the rank 5 peak stage He Lulan self-detonates, the power would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for her to kill a gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mouth was filled with bitterness. He had no battle intent. Previously, He Lulan's aura was sealed by immortal gu Dark Limit's power, not leaking out at all. Now that the seal was removed, the majestic aura made people involuntarily feel fear. He was now a human-shaped bomb. Who would dare to get close to him? What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yunsheng had just become an gu immortal. If he was dragged down by this fugitive He Lulan, wouldn't that be too unjust? To think that He Lulan actually has the great strength true martial physique of one of the 10 extreme physiques. He could actually grow to such a stage. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew with all his might. His speed was astonishing. He was a flying master. The cloud path gu worms he used were good movement gu. He Lulan chased after him, but helplessly watched as the distance between them grew further and further. Boom! He Lulan was enraged. Suddenly, he punched. The power of this punch was astonishing, and it directly caused a sonic boom, shattering the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi flew out, quickly turning into a strength path phantom. When Fang Yuan had fought in southern border, he had created many beast phantoms. But He Lulan's phantom was not in the shape of a beast, it was in the shape of a human. Moreover, this human phantom was lifelike, exactly the same as He Lulan. Their bodies were swollen, resembling violent bears. A mouthful of jagged, snow-white teeth, like daggers and sharp swords. Their triangular eyes shone with a malevolent light. This was simply a second He Lulan. Even if I combine all the beast phantoms I created in southern border, I am afraid they are not the human phantom's match. I'm afraid they are not the human phantom's match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary eyesight. He could tell at one glance that this human phantom had extremely strong battle strength. Once it was used, it could automatically chase after the enemy. It had intelligence. This was the rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. The strength of an attack. It was simply terrifying. Fang Yuan could not estimate how strong this force was in a short period of time, unless he personally fought and experienced it. But he was certain. Such terrifying battle strength had already surpassed the mortal realm. It could be said that He Lulan was a monster who was half a step into gu immortal realm. The 10 extreme physiques were existences that broke the rules. They were existences that broke ranks. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physiques to successfully get through the crisis. But this time, the 10 extreme physiques stood on the opposite side of him. If not for a gu master becoming an immortal, my defense would have increased qualitatively, otherwise Tai Bai Yunsheng would be in even more danger. Tai Bai Yunsheng has just advanced to gu immortal. He has not accumulated the foundation of a gu immortal yet. Moreover, he is only a healing gu master, but he encountered a fierce and tyrannical battle expert like He Lulan. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of Gu immortals over mortals is that they have unlimited primeval essence. But He Lulan's true main cultivation path is Strength Path. Strength Path is the least reliant on primeval essence among all paths, and consumes the least primeval essence. Thus, this advantage is almost non-existent. There is also He Lulan's killer move. He actually took a different path and can create such slow and lifelike human phantoms. In a short period of time, he had already created 5 to 6 human phantoms. These phantoms are extraordinary. They are full of intelligence and can actually outflank and obstruct Tai by Yunqing's movement. This is simply unimaginable. It was not strange to create human phantoms. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human phantoms. And these human phantoms all had astonishing battle strength. Strength superimposed on intelligence. The power made even Fang Yuan shocked. No wonder in my previous life, He Lulan suddenly died. So he had the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan realized. Although he had been reborn, he did not know everything. But now, his plans were disrupted by this accident. Damn it. Fang Yuan could not help but tightly clench the glass owner token in his hand. According to his original plan, he wanted to follow Giant Sun's will's train of thought and use false emotion fake will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. To do this, he needed to subdue false emotion fake will Gu. But false emotion fake will Gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances, and the Gu contained Giant Sun's will. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal Venerable's will? Only a Gu immortals will had such a possibility. Thus, Fang Yuan used his glib tongue and deceived Tai by Yunqing into becoming his ally, wanting to use his will to cooperate with him in refining false emotion fake will Gu. But when he returned to True Yang Building, the situation changed unexpectedly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, and were recognized by Frost Jade Peacock. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was 2 Gu master lovers who truly loved each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 Gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a girl and had not started her cultivation path yet. She could actually be recognized as a master. From this, it could be seen that the Gu master condition was only referring to aptitude. As long as there was a possibility of becoming a Gu master, they could be recognized. Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path Gu immortal in his previous life, so she naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. This was not worth fussing over. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, he had 2 things to do. The first was to obtain false emotion fake will Gu. It was with He Lulan, so Fang Yuan handed this matter to Tai Bai Yunsheng. The second was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court Blessed Land would return to being ownerless. After doing these 2 things, Tai Bai Yunsheng would help Fang Yuan refine false emotion fake will Gu, and he would be able to control the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returned, Fang Yuan would have the ability to contend against it. Chapter 625. He Lulan exposed her true trump card. The 10 extreme physique that was on the verge of self-detonation had shocking battle strength. She actually suppressed the Grand Gu immortal Tai by Yunsheng and chased after him. This situation was surprising, but after thinking about it, it was not surprising. If I can't defeat He Lulan, I can't take the false emotion fake will Gu. Without false emotion fake will Gu, how can I subdue the land spirit? Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? I was just about to attack when such an accident happened. Fang Yuan looked at Ma Hongyun with a solemn expression. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart became even more intense. He crossed his arms and stood on a tall branch, his lips curled into a cold smile. This is getting more interesting. Fortune rivaling heaven. Humph. Now that He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng are entangled, if I insist on killing you, how can you resist? This time, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but directly manipulated the tree man. The few tree ants in the innermost layer raised their giant hammer-like hands high up in unison. Under Fang Yuan's control, They raised their fists and smashed down together. Bam! With a loud sound, Frost Jade Peacock cried out miserably. Its raised head also fell to the ground. The defensive barrier that it put up with all its strength was completely shattered, turning into specks of golden light that quickly dissipated. The final obstruction was also gone. The tree man who was closest to it took a big step and stretched out its sinister giant palm, grabbing towards Ma and Zhao Lianyun at a seemingly slow speed. Zhao Lianyun screamed in fear, while Ma Hongyuan hugged him tightly with his back facing the tree man's palm. Die, Fong Yuan softly muttered. He completely ignored the black coffin luck that was rapidly expanding above his head. The tree man completely opened its palm. A huge shadow firmly enveloped Ma and Zhao Lianyun. With just a light pinch, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would definitely be crushed into meat paste. But right at this moment, the 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly shook intensely. The world shook. You scoundrel! How dare you expel me? Die! An extremely loud and clear voice suddenly burst out, piercing through heaven and earth, causing Fong Yuan's eardrums to hurt slightly. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyuan raised his head in surprise. He shouted, "It's the old ancestor." The old ancestor wasn't killed. He's back. He Lulan also looked pleasantly surprised. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was pale. Once giant suns will returned, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the true power of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It could trap Gu immortals to death. This was not a joke. Impossible. Even if I had spent a lot of time in Hu immortal blessed land, I would not have been able to defeat him. But a quarter of an hour is far from over. Fong Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He was extremely shocked. He quickly used the glazed abode master token to check on the situation. Outside the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were layers upon layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the incomparably large giant sun's will. It was still roaring and roaring, while resisting the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while exerting pressure in an attempt to enter True Yang Tower. The giant sun's will outside did not come in. What is going on with the giant sun's will inside? Where did it come from? Fong Yuan was extremely puzzled, but this giant sun's will that suddenly appeared did not give him any time to think. Heaven and earth shook. Those that were running helped Tai Bai Yunqing attack. The treants surrounding Ma Hongyuan all stopped moving, as if they were stone statues. Fong Yuan's face was flushed red. The glazed abode master token in his hand was burning like fire. Cracks rapidly appeared on the glazed abode master token. In an instant, the glazed abode master token was on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious giant sun's will was sweeping through the central continent Gu Immortals arrangements with the momentum of a tornado. The third method that the central continent Gu Immortals set up was extremely secretive. Even giant sun's will could not easily discover it. But now that Fong Yuan had activated the third method, he had nowhere to hide and was caught by giant sun's will that suddenly appeared. Once the glazed abode master token completely shattered, the third method would lose its effect, and giant sun's will would be able to freely enter and exit True Yang Tower. At that time, even if giant sun's will did not use 88-point Jinyang Tower, he could easily kill Fong Yuan with his own strength. An unprecedented crisis suddenly descended. Don't tell me, I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada? No. The risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high. It is not a last resort. I want to stake it all. I can still stake it all. Fong Yuan roared. He roused his thoughts and poured them into the glazed abode master token. Bam! At the next moment, through the glazed abode master token, his thoughts fiercely collided with giant sun's will that suddenly appeared. Guh! Fong Yuan's body shook intensely. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The thoughts he poured into the glazed abode master token were completely destroyed. His head was in intense pain. It felt like it was about to split open. Even his mind was affected. Mo Yao's will screamed continuously inside. Fong Yuan's body shook, his vision blurred. He could not stand properly. He only managed to hold on for a few breaths of time before falling down from a tall tree branch. Whoosh! Strong winds blew. The 3 tree men closest to him suddenly stretched out their giant hands made of branches and leaves. They grabbed towards Feng Yuan with malicious intent. Feng Yuan had lost the competition. Giant Suns had regained control of this round. These tree men had become Feng Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Feng Yuan. Taking advantage of this change, Ma and Zhao managed to escape this crisis. Driven by their desire to survive, they started to flee blindly under the messy tree roots. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan barely managed to wake up. He gave a light shout, pouring his primeval essence into his goo worm. He activated his strength and punched towards the approaching giant tree leaf hands. Fists and legs collided. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 explosions, he directly shattered the hands. He adjusted his posture in the air and staggered towards the ground. The aftereffects of fighting giant suns were still present. His ears were filled with a loud buzzing noise. He had almost lost his hearing. But Feng Yuan did not feel any regret. Instead, he grinned and laughed loudly. Awesome! The clash of wills just now was without any tricks. Not only did it allow Feng Yuan to successfully protect the glass owner token, he even discovered the weakness of Giant Sun's will. The mysterious will that had just emerged was terrifying. It was not as strong as he had imagined. It did not seem to have expected Feng Yuan to make such a decision. This will was divided into 3 parts. The majority of the will was entangled with the third method. A small portion was busy fighting for control of this round, and a small portion competed with Feng Yuan using the glass owner token. In the end, Feng Yuan's will destroyed the victorious Giant Sun's will at the same time. He used the third method and fought until his own will was completely destroyed, finally successfully trapping the majority of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will. Only a small portion was left, controlling the round. Giant Sun's will was enraged. He did not expect that a small mortal would actually have the guts to directly clash with his will. Even more so, he did not expect that this mortal's mind would actually store so many wills. This was all thanks to Emo Yao. To deal with Emo Yao's will, Feng Yuan had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. Just in case, he had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. There were intentional, playful, deliberate, intentional, attentive, etc. There were many types. Giant Sun's will had greatly underestimated Feng Yuan's military strength and was extremely anxious. He was busy trying to save the situation, resulting in Feng Yuan's counterattack. He was completely caught unprepared. Thief, I will turn your bones into ashes. Giant Sun's will was enraged, continuously commanding the tree man to attack. Feng Yuan dodged left and right, doing his best to heal and recover. These tree men had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches and limbs were destroyed, they would not die. They wouldn't die either, and their life force was very long. Rather than fighting head-on, he would use brute force. This was definitely not a good idea. While dodging, Feng Yuan's injuries quickly recovered. He quickly discovered that the tree man was not only attacking him, but also tied by Yunsheng and Ma Hongyun. More accurately, it was Zhao Lianyun who was beside Ma Hongyun. Under the pursuit of the tree man, Ma and Zhao Lianyun were fleeing with all their might. The situation was extremely dangerous. They were panicking and did not care about where they were going, gradually getting closer to Feng Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyun finally saw Feng Yuan and shouted for help. Truly naive. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly and immediately went to help. Both parties quickly approached each other. Feng Yuan shouted, Giant Sun's will wants to kill you. We have a common enemy. Come to my side. Be careful. Zhao Lianyun, who was running, expressed hesitation. But the situation forced them. Only Feng Yuan could protect them. They were already unable to hold on any longer. They would definitely be smacked to death by the tree man, but if they went to Feng Yuan's side, they might still have a chance to live. Save. I have to save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Emo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Feng Yuan almost thought he had heard wrongly. Emo Yao spoke quickly. Do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is an enormous special will. He is extremely clear of the power of fortune rivaling heaven goo. He does not want to deal with Ma Hongyun. But when he was first created, his main body had set a specific action. That is, if he sees an otherworldly demon, he must exterminate it. Otherworldly demon, don't say you are not interested. But the most important thing is, If you save that Zhao Lianyun, he will be the best weapon to deal with Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely become enemies with Giant Sun's will. At that time, Giant Sun's will be tortured by fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao's words caused Fang Yuan to be greatly moved. For a moment, his hidden killing intent towards Ma Hongyun also abruptly diminished. Wait a moment. Ma and Zhao are in danger. They might be trampled to death by the tree man at any moment, or even crushed to pieces. If I make a move now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan was stunned when he thought of this. Although Ma Hongyun was only rank 3, he was too difficult to kill. The first time Fang Yuan made a move, He Lulan revealed her trump card, becoming one of the 10 extremities, and chased after Tai by Yun Sheng. The second time he made a move, Giant Sun's will appeared out of nowhere, heavily injuring Fang Yuan. Even now, his ears were still buzzing. His mind had been reduced by 30%. Although he managed to protect the glass owner token and harm Giant Sun's will, he also lost control of this round. Now, the third time Fang Yuan made a move, it was actually Mo Yao who came to persuade him. But the persuasion was so reasonable. Even Fang Yuan himself could not help but be moved. Because earlier, Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyun to make the land spirit recognize him as its master again. But now, He Lulan erupted with her true battle strength, protecting the false emotion fake Will Gu. Fang Yuan did not have the false emotion fake Will Gu. Why did he still want to kill Ma and Zhao? Chapter 626. Rank 8 Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power. Fang Yuan finally experienced it for himself. This was a kind of helplessness, a kind of fate toying with people. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had to seek benefits and avoid disaster. This was the only way to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. To save or not to save? Mo Yao screamed in Fang Yuan's mind. Save, quickly save him. Logic also told Fang Yuan. If he saved Ma Hongyun, he would not become enemies with fortune rivaling heaven, and could instead use it to deal with Giant Sun's will. But, at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was another voice. This voice was roaring, shouting, roaring. Save what? Do I have to yield? Do I have to lower my head? Kill him with one slap. What are you afraid of? Was he afraid of these two little bastards? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot stop me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing, but this voice was getting louder and louder, gradually suppressing everything else. His mind was in intense pain. Facing this choice, his mouth was dry. The voice in his mind was getting louder and louder, even shaking his heart. Every roar, every shout, seemed to throw dry firewood at the fire in Fang Yuan's heart. The raging fire burned. That was ambition, fighting spirit, unyielding, challenge, and stubbornness. The fire burned Fang Yuan's eyes red. The blood in his veins was boiling like a raging river, waves crashing. Come, let me send you on your way. Fang Yuan opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, like sand and iron. He did something that he would not normally do, something that went against his style. His expression was malevolent. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He directly broke the giant tree man in front of him and tore apart the countless snake-like tree vines. He rushed to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's side. Then, he raised his fist. Before he attacked, the terrifying fist aura had already condensed like a mountain. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent almost froze the air. Ma Hongyun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Fang Yuan's killing intent to be so resolute. His face turned pale with fright and his heart was in a panic. His feet actually tripped over each other. He fell to the ground. Zhao Lianyun, who was holding hands with him, was also dragged to the ground. This turn of events caused Fang Yuan's heart to skip a beat. He had already been extremely vigilant after the repeated accidents, but he soon discovered that this small accident only slightly prolonged the time that the two sides met. Meanwhile, the two giant tree men had already arrived beside Ma and Zhao. No matter which tree man it was, It only needed one kick to turn the two of them into minced meat. However, Giant Sun's will did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. He only moved the vines towards Ma and Zhao, wanting to separate them, then kill Zhao Lianyun. At the same time, the 5 tree men suddenly drilled out from the ground, coincidentally blocking in front of Fang Yuan. This firm defensive line would take Fang Yuan more than 10 breaths of time. Giant Sun's will had been implementing his previous tactic. Right now, the extremely weak Blessed Land's land spirit. It had already been kicked out of the game. False emotion fake Will Gu had been protected by He Lulan all along. It was very safe. Although Ma and Zhao had become the owners of the Blessed Land, as long as they killed Zhao Lianyun, this layer of relationship would be severed. At that time, they could use false emotion fake Will Gu to let He Lulan and Ma Hongyun become the owners of the imperial court, and the situation could still be salvaged. Thus, right now, when Fang Yuan came to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's will. Damn it! This feeling again, it is always at the crucial moment, at the crucial place. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to forcefully break through. Bam, bam, bam. With a thunderous collision, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His aura was ferocious as he directly broke through the tree man's defense. The whole process only took less than 10 breaths of time. But at the same time, Fang Yuan also paid a disastrous price. On his body, there were 3 large wounds, one on his chest, one on his back, and one on his back, forming a bloody hole the size of a baby's fist on his stomach. His right forearm was severely fractured, and his left leg was twisted at a strange angle, directly twisted to the side by the huge force. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. He could not use his arms and legs for the moment, but he still had movement goo. He could still fly. He rapidly flew towards Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The view before him was completely flat. Ma Hongyun bent his back, tightly hugging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. Outside, there were tree vines that coiled around him like pythons. These tree vines wanted to separate the two, but did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. The tree vines competed with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was naturally inferior. Seeing that he and Zhao Lianyun were being forcefully separated, he bit his lips and stared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. No! He screamed in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that his lover was about to die in front of him, he was filled with pain and despair, like a wild beast that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Quickly save him. Now is the best opportunity to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyun will definitely be grateful to you, and you will be able to borrow his heaven's equal fortune. Why did Giant Sun's will not kill Ma Hongyun? It is because he wants to borrow his luck. In his mind, Imo Yao shouted again, trying to dissuade Fang Yuan. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Fang Yuan's reply was filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. With success at hand, he instead calmed down. His face was expressionless, no longer showing any malevolence. Kill. With Ma and Zhao Lianyun in his attack range, Fang Yuan immediately unleashed a fatal strike. This strike was earth-shattering, causing the atmosphere in front of him to explode. The incomparably ferocious power was like an evil dragon rising to the heavens, overturning the seas and rivers, enveloping Ma and Zhao Lianyun. No. This time, it was Giant Sun's will who screamed in despair and helplessness. He immediately commanded the surrounding tree men to use their bodies to shield Ma and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two, but quickly shifted. But Giant Sun's will's heart was filled with despair. He knew that what he was doing was useless. Fang Yuan had been preparing this furious strike for a long time. How could it be so easily dodged? The tree man's body would be torn apart by this attack, and the tree vines would not be able to shift in time. In the end, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would be hit by the attack. They would be smashed into meat paste. Even if there were tens of thousands of tree men and the vast sea of trees, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was decisive. He brazenly burst out, breaking through the defense line, and successfully seized the crucial moment. The tree man's movement had always been slow, and the speed of its reinforcements was not outstanding. Ma Hongyun was dead for sure. At this moment, it was not only Fang Yuan. Even Giant Sun's will thought the same. Not only them, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun also did not have any hope of escaping. All the factors that affected the situation seemed to have their own effects. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun's Will, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Emo Yao, these people or things, at this moment, had done their best. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. A faint smile appeared on her face. What else can save Ma Hongyun? But, at the next moment, boom, a loud sound rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. A threatening golden light illuminated the entire checkpoint. Could it be that Giant Sun's Will has once again entered the Truyang building? Fang Yuan's heart sank. But soon, he found out that was not the case. Giant Sun's Will was still being beaten outside the tower. Central Continent's Gu immortals had planned for so many years. The third method they had deliberately created could not be underestimated. If not for this, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent's Gu immortals would not have returned triumphantly and successfully toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. A huge golden light lump. Like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with lightning speed, instantly melting the surrounding tree man and protecting Ma and Zhao at the center. Isn't this that luck path supreme true inheritance? In his mind, Emo Yao was extremely shocked. He could not help but scream. What's going on? Isn't the supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain? Why did it suddenly charge into this checkpoint and fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? Fang Yuan was helpless. He could only stop moving forward. He had already experienced the power of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could come into contact with. But why was Ma Hongyun completely fine when he was in the ball of light? At once, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a huge sense of dejection in his heart. He used all his battle strength to attempt to kill Ma Hongyun for the third time. Even though he saw hope a moment ago and success was at hand, he still failed in the end. Why would the supreme true inheritance fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? This is impossible. In his mind, Emo Yao completely lost her composure. She scratched her head with her hands. Her long hair was in a mess. She looked like a crazy woman. It was no wonder she was acting like this. Her main body had worked hard and expended a lot of effort, but only managed to break a small crack in the luck path true inheritance. She even let fortune rivaling heaven Gu escape. In the end, she had no choice but to refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. In the end, Calamity Beckoning Gu did not help her beloved Bo Qing. She and Bo Qing both died. At this moment, she saw the entire luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself into the arms of a rank 3 mortal. Even if you have fortune rivaling heaven, you can't do this, right? Why can't it be me? I worked so hard and paid such a huge price. Why can't it be me? But it had to be him, a mortal, a fool, a child. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down. He tried to get rid of his irrelevant emotions, thinking hard. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. It was extremely slippery. I understand now. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. He grasped this flash of inspiration. Everything that seemed impossible in front of him suddenly became clear. The supreme true inheritance took the initiative to acknowledge Ma Hongyun as its master, and not anyone else. This was because Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path. It was the crystallization of his essence. To the remaining supreme true inheritances, it was their leader, an emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but at this time? The luck path supreme true inheritance originally existed in the true inheritance secluded domain. Why did it come here for no reason? These two questions actually pointed to one crucial factor. Chapter 627. In true inheritance secluded domain, no matter which true inheritance, they all had Giant Sun's Will. Otherwise, how could the fated people who came here receive these true inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like challenging the trials in 88 Truyang building. Every round, if there was a Gu worm as a reward, these Gu worms were refined by Giant Sun's Will earlier. The goo masters successfully passed the rounds and obtained these goo worms. The reason why they could instantly refine these goo worms and keep them in the aperture was because giant suns will inside the goo worms took the initiative to give way. According to this logic, any goo master who was willing to give their goo worms to others could create the phenomenon of instant refinement. Previously, when giant suns will was asleep, it caused the wild goo worm refinement to be slow. Feng Yuan had used this loophole to curry favor with true yang building. Every true inheritance was controlled by giant sun's will. The luck path true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyun earlier because of this. Now that the true inheritance was in Ma Hongyun's hands, it recognized itself as its master. This was not what giant suns will wanted. Giant suns will wanted nothing more than to control Ma Hongyun. How could he allow it to grow and become harder to control? Thus, the truth was revealed. The luck path true inheritance did not have a trace of giant sun's will. Giant suns will took the initiative to leave, causing this supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Next, relying on the newly formed wild will, it submitted to Ma Hongyun. This created another problem. Why did giant suns will suddenly leave for no reason? Feng Yuan thought of the second time he attacked, when he wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. Suddenly, out of nowhere, giant suns will appeared out of nowhere. At this point, all the fog disappeared like smoke in thin air. Feng Yuan used his third method to expel giant suns will from True Yang Building. Next, he entered True Yang Building and successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunsheng to save Denghun Mountain. After that, he returned and attempted to control Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second time he tried to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by giant suns will that appeared out of nowhere. At that time, Feng Yuan was extremely puzzled. But now, he understood. This mysterious giant suns will was drawn out from those true inheritances. Giant suns will was also anxious. In order to turn the tide, he used this move. He had almost turned the tide with this move, but unfortunately for him, Feng Yuan was too decisive in his attacks and directly confronted him fiercely. In the end, only a small portion of giant sun's will, which was forcefully extracted, was left to control this checkpoint. In that case, this Luck Dao Supreme True Inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyun in time because of me? If I didn't pull out giant sun's will and send it outside the pagoda, if I did not brazenly clash with giant sun's will, how could there be such a scene now? Who would have thought that I would be stopped by myself on my third attempt? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan let out a long sigh, and the killing intent in his heart towards Ma Hongyun completely dissipated. The current Ma Hongyun, he was protected by the luck path true inheritance. As a mortal, Feng Yuan wanted to break through this line of defense. It was impossible. Sigh, I told you to save him, but you didn't listen. In his mind, Imo Yao calmed down and sighed. Her tone was filled with resentment. If you had saved them and obtained Ma Hongyun's recognition, you would be like Zhao Lianyun, protected by the luck path true inheritance. The current luck path true inheritance is a newborn wild will. Like a child, it does not have any internal defenses. Inside the luck path true inheritance, you can casually understand the true inheritance's contents. This is a supreme fortune, but you gave it up just like that. Helping Ma Hongyun would benefit. Dealing with Ma Hongyun, the benefit was the heavy injuries on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan sneered. Since he had done it, he did not have a trace of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries at the same time. He said to Imo Yao, even if I cannot touch this luck path inheritance, do you think giant suns will sit and watch? This luck path true inheritance was one of the 3 supreme true inheritances in the true inheritance secret domain. How could giant suns will allow it to recognize him as its master like that? In giant sun's will's heart, giving the luck path true inheritance to Ma Hongyun was not something he could not accept. But Ma Hongyun's heart belonged to the otherworldly demon. That was something he could not accept. Giant sun's will was special. When his main body created it, he had given it the special meaning of, upon seeing otherworldly demons, he must use all his strength to kill them. Now that Zhao Lianyun was being protected by the luck path true inheritance, if giant suns will wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he had to get rid of the luck path true inheritance. Thus, the entire forest was enraged. Countless tree men rose from the ground and surrounded the luck path true inheritance. Large numbers of tree men even started to tangle with each other, tree man roots intertwined, tree vines intertwined, slowly forming giant tree men. Every one of them was over 100 meters tall. Their aura caused even Fang Yuan to feel apprehensive. Giant Suns Will used all his strength to kill Zhao Yinyun. Fang Yuan's retreat was rather smooth. Eliminating otherworldly demons was Giant Suns Will's first priority, especially the appearance of the luck path true inheritance. It attracted even more hatred. Fang Yuan, the threat, was still behind in terms of ranking. Giant Suns Will also knew that he could not deal with Fang Yuan for the time being. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Giant Suns Will's strength was limited. He could only focus on dealing with the luck path true inheritance. Soon, Fang Yuan got close to the battle between Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng was suppressed, but He Lulan was unable to obtain victory even if she wanted to. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing Gu immortal and also a flying master. The former made him proficient in battles of attrition, while the latter made him slippery and hard to approach. The battle between the two was in a deadlock. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were astonishing. The aftershocks of their battle affected the surrounding trees, causing the surrounding several li to be filled with signs of trees falling. "Senior brother Tai Bai, I'm here to help you," Fang Yuan shouted. The word, senior brother, immediately angered He Lulan. He immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because among the 5 regions, the other 4 regions all relied on clan inheritances. Only Central Continent had a sect system. He Lulan's eyes were wide open in anger. He roared like a bear, as expected of scoundrels who had planned this for a long time. "You two really hid yourselves deeply. Now that you have come out to court death, then I will grant you your wish." Saying so, he fiercely punched at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fist chi surged out violently. They turned into human silhouettes in the air. They all had the appearance of He Lulan. The 4 fist shadows split into 2. One of them rushed towards Tai Bai Yunsheng, while the other 3 concentrated on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was immortal, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Gu immortal. But avoiding the strong and attacking the weak was the most common tactic. One of the 3 human silhouettes killed Fang Yuan, while the other prevented Tai Bai Yunsheng from going to help. "Retreat." Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. He quickly warned. He was very clear about the power of this strength path killer move. When he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had received many gifts from Fang Yuan, adding many defensive Gu to his body. But after fighting for so long, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have many defensive Gu worms left. He had sustained heavy injuries many times. It could be seen how powerful He Lulan's strength path killer move was. 3 human silhouettes. They rapidly approached with an imposing aura, causing intense winds to blow. Such a powerful killer move. Even Imo Yao's will in his mind gasped in admiration at this scene. Be careful. He Lulan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move. Fang Yuan grinned. He was not flustered. Instead, he was filled with battle intent, eager to fight. "I will not use 4-arm Earth King, of course, because I have an even stronger strength path killer move." Saying so, he paused for a moment. Before shouting, "Come, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King." Bam! A formless aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure filled the surrounding tins of Li. Intense pain came, like waves crashing into one's heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt endless pleasure from it. His body expanded. His skin lost its luster and moisture, rapidly turning black. His defense rose sharply. In a short moment, he turned into a 6-meter-tall giant. 6 thick, monstrous arms grew out of his back. The fingers were thick and sinister, each with their own unique characteristics, making people's hearts palpitate. The 3 human silhouettes charged towards Fang Yuan. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, facing them without fear. Punches and kicks collided. It was a direct clash without any fancy moves. Bam, bam, bam. The muffled sounds of explosions that sounded like muffled thunder continued without end. Be it Fang Yuan or He Lulan's 3 human silhouettes, they all had great momentum. Each attack could cause air to explode. Tai Bai Yunxing looked back worriedly, but after a few breaths of time, his eyes slowly widened. Fang Yuan was just a mortal, but he could actually fight against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were evenly matched. But the 3 human silhouettes were intelligent. After not being able to take him down for a long time, they actually coordinated and attacked Fang Yuan from the front, top left, and bottom right respectively. Be careful. Tai Bai Yunxing warned loudly. He had suffered from similar situations before. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing his heroic spirit. He activated his killer move. 6 monstrous arms grew. Including his original 2 arms, he had a total of 8 arms. The 8 arms rotated. Fist shadows rained down like a storm, defending himself tightly. He completely blocked the attacks of the 3 human silhouettes from all directions. He was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually blocked it, this killer move. Hei Lolan's heart shook, her expression turning solemn. Sigh, half immortal battle strength. This is also a monster. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and sighed. He was surprised, but also not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was completely at ease. He quickly focused on dealing with the human silhouettes in front of him. He waved his sleeves. Countless lights flew out from his sleeves. Sawtooth wind blades, blazing blade lights, azure water pythons, golden silk cage nets. Over 100 goo worms were activated by Tai Bai Yunxing at the same time. They were multicolored, blossoming like fireworks. The human silhouettes were shrouded by the fireworks. Their speed slowed down. They immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai Bai Yunxing's attacks followed closely behind, unceasing. The attacks were dazzling like fireworks. They were shot out one after another. The human silhouettes had extraordinary intelligence. They actually knew how to fly in curves, attempting to get close to Tai Bai Yunxing. But Tai Bai Yunxing similarly retreated. His attacks did not show any signs of stopping. He was a goo immortal. He had almost endless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just advanced to goo immortal and did not have enough goo worms, he would not have enough. Otherwise, if hundreds or thousands of goo worms were activated together, the attacks would be even more terrifying. Although the human silhouettes could dodge most of the attacks, under the rain-like attacks, they were constantly being whittled down. The silhouettes were visibly turning dim and illusory. But Hei Lolan's goal had already been achieved. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have any strong offensive methods. He could only slowly whittle down the human silhouettes. He was old and shrewd, but had a cautious nature. He did not engage in fierce clashes. He could not provide effective support to Fang Yuan. This was due to his nature. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the as before time path inheritance out of the 3 immortal path inheritances. However, even though Hei Lulan achieved his original goal, he did not feel happy. Because he realized, Fang Yuan did not need any support. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were attacking each other. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's thick defense was truly shocking. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was getting fiercer as he fought. His fists and legs were moving faster and faster. In the end, when the fists met, they actually formed a pitch-black shadow screen. The 3 human silhouettes gradually lost their strength in the battle. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 human silhouettes could not hold on any longer. They were blown up by Fang Yuan, turning into traces of fist chi and dissipating. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk, the battle intent in his heart surging like boiling water. Interesting. This killer move is very powerful. It is almost on par with my killer move. But more importantly, he has such rich battle experience. His fist and leg technique is at master level. If it were someone else, they might not be able to display this killer move's power to such an extent. Hei Lulan licked his lips, his eyes shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The attack earlier was naturally not his full strength. It was only a probing attack. The battle with Tai Bai Yunxing made Hei Lulan feel extremely sullen. Because Tai Bai Yunxing's main focus was to escape, but Hei Lulan could not keep up. He had no way to use his strength. Now that a tough opponent like Fang Yuan had appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying the 3 human silhouettes, Fang Yuan did not rashly attack. He floated on the spot. Both sides were thousands of steps apart, their gazes colliding fiercely. "Stop fighting. Come here and help." At this time, He Lulan suddenly heard Giant Sun's Will's instruction. "But, old ancestor." He Lulan immediately hesitated, his battle intent becoming chaotic. Giant Sun Immortal had a very high status in his heart. This had nothing to do with his personality. It was the sense of honor that had been instilled in him since he was young. This had already become an important factor for He Lulan to affirm his own value. Don't care about them. Killing otherworldly demons and taking back the supreme luck path true inheritance is the most important thing. Giant Sun's Will spoke quickly. This is the only copy. This is the only luck path true inheritance left in this world. Even the longevity heaven did not leave behind any information on luck path. I am about to open the passage to the true inheritance secluded domain. Go and help push the luck path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already under Giant Sun's Will's control. There were as many tree men as there was an ocean of them. However, even if Giant Sun's Will had the ability to break the luck path true inheritance, he could not do this. Firstly, it would take too long, and problems would arise. Chapter 628. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the situation was constantly changing, rising and falling. The terrifying Will left behind by the rank 9 immortal Venerable Giant Sun who had once dominated the world and ruled over an era, specially used to control 88-point Jinyang Tower, the undisputed victor of this Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, the current generation tribe leader of the super tribe He tribe, who had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, He Lulan, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock who stood at the center of Northern Plains for countless years, but was sealed for 10,000 years. The living legend who used almost all of his life to roam Northern Plains and heal the injured. His benevolent name was widely spread. He had a Gu Immortal inheritance. He became a rank 6 Gu Immortal and possessed 2 mystical Immortal Gu, Tai by Yunsheng, and the owner of rank 7 of the top 10 mystical Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a mortal who possessed several Immortal Gu, Owl Demon Gua Fang Yuan, who had been reborn after 500 years, favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He became a Gu Immortal in Fang Yuan's previous life. He inherited Fairy Giant Sun's inheritance, obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter, and became the great hero of Northern Plains, who resisted Central Continent's invasion. Recognized as an otherworldly demon by Giant Sun's Will, Fang Yuan became Ma Hongyun's wife in his previous life. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal who gave countless help to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Lianyun, also. The former rank 7 Gu Immortal, Refinement Path Grandmaster, 36th Generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the mysterious Will left behind after the death of Mo Yao who schemed for 88-point Jinyang Tower. Each of these existences had their own thoughts, and each had their own goals. On the stage of this imperial court blessed land that was on the verge of collapse, they clashed and competed intensely. They each had their own advantages and methods, as well as their own weaknesses and weaknesses. These were not outstanding geniuses, they were outstanding elites. They were not skilled in scheming. Working together meant that one's strength was immense, and one's luck was overwhelming. Under the stimulation of life and death, under the temptation of huge benefits, these existences did not give it their all. They used all of their methods, taking drastic measures, staking it all on one throw, or working together to create ingenious arrangements. Thus, the situation was sometimes clear. Sometimes, it was confusing. At this point, the competition between the various parties was still extremely chaotic. Only the Frost Jade Peacock would be eliminated first. The other people's every move would tilt the entire situation, so they couldn't be underestimated. It would greatly affect the final outcome. Now, the main body of Giant Sun's Will was temporarily pulled out of the 88-point Jinyang Tower by Fang Yuan's trump card, and was struck by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's Will's strength was the strongest. On one hand, the main will was trying to return. On the other hand, he was risking his life to bring out the true inheritance's will clone. regaining control of the checkpoint. His priority was to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Linyun. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun unexpectedly became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. With the protection of the Luck Path True Inheritance, his life was temporarily saved. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng formed a temporary alliance and had a tentative confrontation with He Lulan. He Lulan's battle intent surged. He was about to fight with Fang Yuan, but at this time, Giant Sun's Will requested him to shift the battlefield to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lulan hesitated for a moment, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will. I will let you off for now. He stared at Fang Yuan fiercely, before flying away like lightning. Fang Yuan watched him leave. He floated in the air and did not pursue. Huff! Tai Bai Yunsheng let out a breath of turbid air and flew to Fang Yuan's side. Although he was a Gu immortal, he was only proficient in healing, and he lacked a large number of mortal Gu. His battle strength was inferior to ordinary Gu immortals. After a battle of attrition, he finally killed the human phantom that was pestering him. He Lulan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. Should we join in? In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This Luck Path True Inheritance was the supreme inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal relied on it to dominate an era, becoming invincible in the world. To any Gu master, this Luck Path True Inheritance was an incomparably huge temptation. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not move. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his left. Not far away from him, a whirlwind was gathering. Be careful. He Lulan's fist chi. Even if it is scattered, it can still gather again. Tai Bai Yunsheng warned. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step and arrived in front of the whirlwind, smashing his fist down. Bam! With a muffled sound, the fist chi was scattered again. More than half of the fist chi had dissipated, but the remaining fist chi was still persistently gathering. It was just that the amount left was too little. It could not take form. This Strength Path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Strength Path Phantoms were a long-range attacking method of Strength Path, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such an intelligent human Strength Phantom. This seemed to be an original creation. Even in the history of Gu masters that Fang Yuan knew of, there were no similar records. It could be called He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom. Most importantly, this He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom, even if it was scattered, could still gather again. This simply had the meaning of endless pestering. He Lulan definitely did not use his full strength. If he could erupt with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, then the remnant fist chi could gather again. The might would be terrifying. If he could summon 30 human strength phantoms, then this Strength Path killer move would definitely be on par with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. In his mind, Mo Yao's will evaluated with a heavy tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any recollection of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will shook his head. I am not a Strength Path Gu immortal. This killer move is extremely related to Soul Path and Chi Path. The thought process is very unique and innovative. It is very different from the style of the ancient times. I guess it should have been researched in this era. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was researched by Fang Yuan, then perfected by Mo Yao. But there were so many geniuses in this world. They could be found everywhere. Fang Yuan was not the only one who could research a Strength Path killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan was most proficient in Blood Path in his previous life. Strength Path was only a secondary cultivation. Tree Man swarmed over, gathering into a green wave. Bo! A grand wave was created, attempting to drown Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun. But Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance. It was like a huge golden egg, firmly protecting the two. Giant Sun's will was cautious. He wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Linyun, but he also needed to protect the one and only copy of Giant Sun's Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lulan had just arrived. He hurriedly transmitted. I will open the passage to True Inheritance secluded domain now. Help me push forward the Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lulan nodded. His majestic body shook as he punched with both fists, fist chi surging out. Bam, bam, bam. Continuous muffled sounds resounded. The air surged. fist chi condensed into He Lulan's strength path phantoms one after another. 10, 20, 30, 40. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned pale, his eyes revealing intense wariness. 40 He Lulan's strength path phantoms pounced together. In a few blinks of an eye, they stood firmly around the luck path true inheritance. In the sky above the luck path true inheritance, a black crack suddenly appeared. Shortly after, the crack expanded, forming a huge circular passage. The passage was dark and deep, directly connecting to the true inheritance secluded domain. The strength path phantoms shouted together, stretching out their arms. They actually lifted Giant Sun's true inheritance slightly. The surrounding tree man also stretched out his huge claws, helping. Green python-like vines coiled over to help. Giant Sun's true inheritance erupted with dazzling light. The tree man melted like snow. The vines did not even last for 2 breaths of time before disappearing. The strength path phantoms continued to crumble, but soon after, they condensed again. He Lulan stood at the outer ring. He was the source of strength. It seemed to be endless. Large numbers of strength path phantoms surged forward one after another. They gushed out. Under his hard work, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, a powerful suction force erupted from the circular passage above. Like a huge mouth, it attempted to swallow Giant Sun's true inheritance back into its stomach. They can actually form at the same time. So many strength path phantoms. What killer move is this? Tai Bai Yunsheng cried out involuntarily when he saw this shocking scene from afar. Mo Yao's will was also in his mind. He said to Fang Yuan, "Your strength path killer move specializes in close combat. He Lulan's killer move is the exact opposite of yours. It specializes in long-range combat. This killer move is on par with your 6-arm, Heavenly Zombie King. But in He Lulan's hands, the battle strength it can erupt with is several times greater than yours." He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, but Fang Yuan did not. In Legends, Gu masters with great strength true martial physique not only had great strength, they also had endless strength and never lacked stamina. At the same time, their healing and recovery abilities were extremely shocking. Any strength path killer move, in the hands of a great strength true martial physique, would display extraordinary battle strength. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing stood beside Fang Yuan, his eyes squinting as he watched He Lulan compete with Giant Sun's true inheritance. His tone was filled with regret as he continued. This is the supreme true inheritance. Giant Sun's will wants to bring it back into true inheritance secluded domain, but unfortunately He Lulan is there, we cannot touch it. In his words, there was already a hint of, He Lulan cannot be contended against. This was not surprising. Tai Bai Yunxing's personality was like this. He would play it safe and not be radical. He would only risk his life if he was forced into a dead end. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, but laughed softly. What do we do? He answered his own question. Of course we go to true inheritance secluded domain. Tai Bai Yunxing was astonished. True inheritance secluded domain? Mo Yao's will's body shook. He reacted and almost slapped his own thigh as he shouted in realization. Right? There are no traces of Giant Sun's will in true inheritance secluded domain now. Those true inheritances have all become ownerless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained Giant Sun's will, thus he could only use the token in his hand to obtain the true inheritance. But now it was different. Giant Sun's will was completely drawn out. A wild young will was born in the true inheritance. As long as he controlled it properly, he could refine it on his own. But you don't have much time left. Giant Sun's mane will outside the tower will return soon. This amount of time is probably only enough for you to take one true inheritance. Mo Yao's will reminded. Fang Yuan, which true inheritance should you take? You need to think about it clearly. At this time, Tai Bai Yunxing had also thought through this. He asked another crucial question. This round is already under Giant Sun's will's control. How do we enter true inheritance secluded domain? The moment he said this, Fang Yuan took out fixed immortal travel immortal goo. This immortal goo had been given to Tai Bai Yunxing for safekeeping. Thus he was not surprised. His gaze focused on Fang Yuan. If I remember correctly, although fixed immortal travel is good, it can only take one person, right? That's right. Fang Yuan nodded. So open your immortal aperture and let me enter. I will transmit the scenes of true inheritance secluded domain to you through thoughts. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his forehead. I almost forgot. I am already a Gu immortal. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7, Gu immortals were also called Blessed Lands. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were all immortal apertures with vast space inside, like small worlds. Tai Bai Yunsheng's Tai Bai Blessed Land was no exception. Immediately, Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng and entered the immortal aperture, instilling the thoughts of true inheritance secluded domain scenes. Tai Bai Yunsheng activated fixed immortal travel Gu. How could giant sons will stop him? He could only let him enter true inheritance secluded domain first. True inheritance secluded domain was in chaos. Dozens of true inheritances were dominated by the newly born wild wills. They were like headless flies, rampaging around. From time to time, they collided with each other, creating sparks as they were continuously damaged. This scene made Mo Yao's heart ache. Quickly make your choice, Fang Yuan. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the damage is severe, even if you get them, you might lose their essence. As for Fang Yuan, he did not have much time left. He could only take one true inheritance. Regarding this, Fang Yuan already had a plan. He said solemnly, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak. Point me to the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan's words caused Mo Yao to be stunned. Immediately after, her eyes and mouth opened wide. Her mind was in extreme shock. In 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was very clear. When Fang Yuan entered true inheritance secluded domain, she had given him pointers. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second supreme true inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path Inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88-point Jinyang Tower itself. That was to say, if one obtained this true inheritance, they would be able to control 88-point Jinyang Tower. Why didn't I think of that? Mo Yao mumbled, Giant Sun's will has been completely mobilized. This is the best time to seize control of 88-point Jinyang Tower. That's right. Giant Sun's will was too preoccupied with dealing with Zhao Yinyun. He exposed his greatest weakness, thus giving us a chance to turn the tables. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an unstoppable sharp light. He looked around, his chest burning with the flames of ambition. The enemy's weakness was acutely grasped by him. Success or failure depended on this. As long as he could take control of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he would have the home advantage. At that time, no matter how strong Giant Sun's will was, he would be a drowning dog locked outside the door. Looking at the tightly shut door, he could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 629. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng moved forward in the True Inheritance Secret Realm. The pitch-black True Inheritance Secret Realm no longer had its previous order and tranquility. It was all because Giant Sun's will had been drawn out, causing the tins of true inheritances to become ownerless, and in a very short period of time, wild wills were born. These true techniques were like colorful meteors, flying at high speed in this dark space, interweaving with each other to form a huge net of light. Another true legacy suddenly rushed over from Fang Yuan's front left. This true inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It emitted a dazzling silver light. It almost brushed past Fang Yuan. The brilliant silver light shone on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's faces. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with solemnity and nervousness. These true inheritances had extraordinary power. They all had their own mysteries. Almost all of the Gu worms contained within were immortal Gu. Neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Bai Yunsheng could afford it. Especially now, the true inheritances were being led by new wild wills, who knew when the power of immortal Gu would erupt. It was completely unpredictable. Shuttling through this place was like dancing on a tightrope of death. The speed of these true disciples is getting faster and faster. Haven't you found the target yet? Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted at Fang Yuan, but his voice was trembling. Soon, Fang Yuan replied. He also felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. Even though he was a flying master with superb skills, he still felt the pressure. Boom. Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Not good, hide quickly. Mo Yao's will and Fang Yuan's mind hurriedly warned. Not far ahead, two true inheritances collided, and in the intense sound waves, several goo worms were destroyed on the spot. Before Tai Bai Yunsheng could feel his heart ache, his face turned pale. The collision changed the original flight direction of the two inheritances, causing one of them to be bright yellow. Towards the two of them. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly activated all of his defensive goo worms, setting up over 100 defensive lines around Fang Yuan and himself. The true inheritors were ferociously charging over, crushing all the defensive lines with ease. However, during this slight delay, Tai Bai Yunsheng managed to gain some crucial time. It allowed Fang Yuan and himself to have a time shift. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the eardrums of the two. The true inheritance meteor left behind a beautiful flame tail as it shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they were 10,000 steps away from Fang Yuan and Zhang Xian. Most of my defensive goo worms have been destroyed. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was miserable. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's retreat. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to retreat. Fang Yuan frowned. He had long understood Tai Bai Yunsheng's temperament. The older a person was, the more timid they became. Tai Bai Yunsheng lacked the adventurous spirit to fight. He could heal others, but life and death struggles were not his forte. Just as Fang Yuan was preparing words to rouse Tai Bai Yunsheng's fighting spirit, Mo Yao's will suddenly screamed in his mind. Look, it's above your heads. It's right above your heads. We found it. Fang Yuan's mind was roused as he looked up. Sure enough, he saw a supreme true inheritance flying slowly. The true inheritance light lump speed was not fast. It was a clear contrast to the surrounding ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult. Its whole body silently emitted an orange-red light, giving people a warm feeling. The surrounding true inheritances. When it flew near, it would take the initiative to detour and change its direction. Between goo worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. The prestige of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary true inheritances or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Let's go. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He called out to Tai Bai Yunsheng. He immediately flew over. Hold on. All of you. Hold on. Yi Lui Sang's eyes were red. He shouted as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned. They rapidly spread. The golden horned leopard group attacking them was extremely resistant to high temperature. But Yi Lui Sang's flames borrowed the power of an immortal goo. The golden horned leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into pools of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding goo masters cheered in joy. Lord Yi Lui Sang is mighty. Fortunately, the Lord was with us. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Yi Lui Sang breathed roughly. He was flustered, exasperated, helpless, and furious. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended to Goo Immortal, then Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, the 10-year snow calamity wreaked havoc, and finally, 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly sucked us in. I thought we had escaped the trap, but the round in the tower actually activated again. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this competition for the Lord of Imperial Court. Yi Lui Sang cursed in his heart. Not only him, even Ma Yingjia, Luo Bo Jun, Gu Guolong, and the other survivors were kept in the dark, not knowing the truth. These people were Northern Plains Gu masters who were stationed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had countless holes in it. The 10-year snow calamity poured in and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Low-rank Gu masters also suffered heavy casualties. But later, Giant Sunswell took some time out of his busy schedule and saved some of these bloodline descendants. Yi Lui Sang and the others were placed in the Golden Leopard round. When Fang Yuan used his final trump card, he temporarily pulled Giant Sunswell out of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Without Giant Sunswell controlling the round, large numbers of golden horned leopards inside started to attack Yi Lui Sang and the others. Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the golden sand-like giant suns were wrapped around the tower, like an incomparably thick armor. The terrifying heavenly calamity and earthly calamity had already been refined into one, mixing into one color, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was a vast expanse of snow white, as if it was an enormous cocoon, tightly wrapping the 88 true Yang building and giant suns will within. Outside the cocoon, intense winds howled and sharp ice blades danced around. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and hailstones rained down like a torrential rain. Crack! A snow-white electric light suddenly formed in the shape of a trident. The odd-shaped lightning descended from the sky, fiercely stabbing into giant suns will. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Giant suns will roared in anger. From this ruthless attack, large numbers of giant suns wills were destroyed. On the golden sand-like armor, a huge wound was revealed. This Snow War Tribulation Lightning had unparalleled power. It was extraordinary. Gua mortals saw it, and their expressions changed. This was one of the publicly recognized 10 great catastrophes. Just this attack alone destroyed an unknown number of giant suns wills. But giant suns will was ultimately left behind by an immortal Venerable. Its foundation was extremely strong. On the golden sand-like armor, the wound was quickly mended and healed. Just that, other than the Snow War Tribulation Lightning, there were still flying needles, explosive hailstones, heartless wind scythes, etc. These changes. Originally, there were none. When Tai Bai Yunqing ascended, he left behind the heavenly calamity chaotic lightning ball, the earthly calamity shackling smoke signal, and the 10-year blizzard calamity. The heavenly calamity and earthly calamity continued to pour down, as though it carried the majestic anger of the world. Giant suns will resisted with all his might. The losses were heavy. Soon, in just half a minute, I will be able to break through the obstruction and enter 88-point Jinyang Tower again. To actually dare to chase me out of the tower and lock me outside, I will peel off your skin and bones, grind your bones into ashes, and make you wish you were dead. Giant suns will thought of Feng Yuan. He had already escaped from his anger. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, there was still a small portion of giant suns will. Right now, it was controlling the Tree Man round, wholeheartedly activating Tree Man, trying to push giant sun's inheritance back into true inheritance secluded domain. Be gentle, don't be too rough. This is the only copy in the world. Giant suns will continue to take care of He Lulan. He Lulan was extremely angry, but she could only be gentle. Giant sun immortal only left behind one luck path true inheritance. If it was destroyed, it could no longer be restored. Precisely because of this, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive for now. The two of them hugged each other tightly, helplessly looking at the huge light ball of the luck path true inheritance being pushed into the circular passage above their heads. Even though in Feng Yuan's previous life, they were both famous people, they had both become Gua mortals. But right now, they were too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started on her cultivation path. Tai Bai Yunsheng and that Chang Shan Yin have disappeared. They have all disappeared. He Lulan could not help but remind them as they were about to succeed. Ever since Feng Yuan disappeared, he had been feeling uneasy. No need to care about them. In a while, my main bodies will return. At that time, even if 2 or 3 more Gua mortals come, they will not be able to do anything. Now, send the luck path true inheritance into true inheritance secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and have no substance. Only there can truly imprison these Gu worms. Giant Sun's Will's voice resounded in He Lulan's ears. He Lulan nodded, giving a low shout and exerting strength. At once, 50 strength path phantoms appeared. These strength path phantoms had extraordinary intelligence. They all pounced towards the luck path true inheritance. Enduring the blazing light of the true inheritance, they pushed it up together. The luck path true inheritance was finally pushed into true inheritance secluded domain by this force. The passageway closed. Success. Giant suns will let out a breath of turbid air. Almost at the same time, the majestic main bodies will also charged in from outside the tower. Giant Sun's will, who was in charge of the Tree Man round, returned. The two fused into one, immediately sharing their memories. Feng Yuan, where are you? The main bodies will roared with a vengeance. Greetings to Ancestor. He Lulan bowed deeply, showing a joyful expression. The main bodies will was like a small sun, shining over 10,000 li with awe-inspiring might. It could be said that He Lulan had helped Giant Sun's will a lot. Giant Sun's will was just about to praise him, when he suddenly shouted in anger, "You are courting death. You actually want to refine my 88-point Jinyang Tower." In true Yang secluded domain, Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng stretched out their palms, pressing on the true inheritance light lump. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Quick, just a little more and we will succeed. In his mind, Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Chapter 630. In true inheritance secluded domain, Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng stood on the left and right, their four palms tightly grasping the supreme true inheritance. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's will, along with the fact that Giant Sun's will had been drawn out, Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng were able to come into contact with the true inheritance. The most crucial point was that there was no primeval energy in true inheritance secluded domain. Wild goo worms could directly absorb the primeval energy in the surrounding air and activate themselves. Without primeval energy, most wild goo would lose their power. This was also one of the reasons why Giant Sun's will wanted to push Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance back into true inheritance secluded domain. The original supreme true inheritance was emitting a warm orange-red light. Right now, in Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunsheng's hands, there were three colors. Silver-white occupied the main body. It was refined by Tai by Yunsheng using a goo immortal's will. The second color was Feng Yuan's gray. The third color was Mo Yao's black. Silver-white was the most common, followed by gray and black. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It had an extremely large number of goo worms. Feng Yuan and the rest had no choice but to go all out to refine 88-point Jinyang Tower as soon as possible. It could be said, be it Feng Yuan or Tai by Yunsheng, they had given it their all. Just a bit more. Put in more effort. Tai by Yunsheng shouted anxiously. Giant Sun's will return to True Yang building. Its angry roar was heard by the three. The adult-sized ball of light only had a trace of orange-red color left. As long as this color corrosion was engulfed, 88-point Jinyang Tower would have a new owner. The battle situation would greatly lean towards Feng Yuan's side. But at the last moment, Giant Sun's will attacked furiously. The will left behind by an immortal Venerable was truly extraordinary. Together with this will, it was the owner of 88-point Jinyang Tower to begin with. In an instant, the last trace of orange was replaced by a dazzling golden light. Seeing this color, Feng Yuan and the others' hearts sank. This meant that Giant Sun's will had refined the last bit of space. Youngsters, you guys are really audacious. How dare you set your sights on the 88-point Jinyang Tower? I will make you pay the heaviest price in the world. From the ball of light in his hand, the roar of Giant Sun's will resounded. Quick! Giant Sun's will is only a sliver. Let's do our best and attack together. We must exterminate him. Feng Yuan roared. Tai by Yunsheng was sweating profusely. There was no need for anyone to remind him. He already knew what was most important at hand. The two of them shouted and exerted their strength at the same time. Stirring up the army of thoughts, they launched a fierce charge towards the last shred of ground. Giant Sun's will's roar came to an abrupt stop as he used all his strength to block the attacks of Feng Yuan and the rest. Although his main body was huge, he had only refined a sliver of the true inheritance, and the ground he occupied was too little. Even with the vast and majestic military strength, it far surpassed the Will Alliance army of Feng Yuan and the rest. But without a spacious area to spread out the military strength, the battle strength they could display was not even a 10,000th of the main body. The newly born wild will in the supreme true inheritance had already been completely destroyed. The true inheritance light orb was quiet. It became a battlefield for Fang Yuan and the rest to fight against Giant Sun's will. A contest of wills. They had their own mystical skills. But be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they were not true Soul Path Gu masters. Fang Yuan could be said to have only learned it recently, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was even more of a novice and could only rely on his instincts to activate his thoughts. As for Giant Sun immortal soul path attainment, it was definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, the enemy was only using the special will he had left behind. Thus, the battle of wills was not fancy at all. The moment the battle started, it was a head-on clash, a clash of blood and iron. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan and the rest had suffered heavy losses in their wills. Giant Sun's will's camp was small, not even 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it did not budge. Giant Sun's main body's will was vast and majestic, and his military strength was endless. Every bit he lost, he would immediately replenish it. In contrast, Fang Yuan and the rest, although they had the advantage of having a spacious camp, their military strength was low, and soon, they were unable to continue. Oh no, we cannot get rid of Giant Sun's will. The situation is over. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was deathly pale. The combined attack just now was their most powerful method, but it had no effect. Giant Sun's will laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest lacked backup, and after enduring the most intense attack, it started to expand. On the true inheritance light lump, the golden color was expanding bit by bit. Fang Yuan and the rest stared with wide eyes, staring at it. They used all their strength, but could only slow down the expansion speed of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was too terrifying. Even though he had been ambushed time and time again, a large portion of his will had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside True Yang building. But the remaining portion, to Fang Yuan and the rest, was still as large as a mountain. This was the huge difference in strength, like a chasm between heaven and earth. We are going to lose. Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone was heavy. This is only a portion of the will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. It is hard to imagine. How powerful was the immortal Venerable when he was still alive? Damn it, there is only one last step left. Mo Yao's will hugged her head. Her voice was mixed with sobs. She was extremely regretful. If we were a step earlier, with just 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy. He clenched his teeth. He did not give up and said fiercely, based on the current situation, we will not be able to obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will, and will be swallowed by him sooner or later. But we have not lost yet. Don't forget, there is still the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside True Yang building. You were saying? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. He instantly lost his voice. His temperament was weak, but he was not stupid. After being reminded by Fang Yuan, he immediately understood. That's right, if I cannot obtain it, others can forget about obtaining it. Since we cannot obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower, we might as well destroy it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. His tone was ice-cold, causing people to shiver. This is 88-point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao shouted, but her voice was getting weaker and weaker. She had to admit, this was the best way to get out of this predicament. Giant Sun's will had finally killed his way into True Inheritance secret domain. You two little things, you actually dare to force me to this extent. 2 scheming scoundrels, your good days have come to an end. You have committed heinous crimes. Death is letting you off lightly. I will let you live a life worse than death. I will tear open your flesh, pull out your tendons, and let you bleed. I'm going to roast your souls in flames and let you taste endless pain at all times. The golden sand-like will roared like the sea, creating huge waves. He had been schemed against by Fang Yuan time and time again, and was bombarded by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Giant Sun's will's anger had already reached its peak. He swore to exterminate the culprit Fang Yuan. Compared to the golden waves, Fang Yuan and the others were as tiny as ants. The flying true inheritances were engulfed by the golden waves, causing waves to explode, but they soon disappeared. Giant Sun's will controlled these true inheritances. They were once again in his hands. But most goo worms needed primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated. Giant Sun's Will alone could not use them. Right now, the majority of 88-point Jinyang Tower was controlled by Feng Yuan and the others. As long as Giant Sun's Will was not allowed to obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these goo worms could not be used. Let's begin. Feng Yuan shouted, his eyes shining with brilliance. Giant Sun's Will's powerful approach dispelled Tai by Yunqing's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Feng Yuan's war chariot. He could only bite the bullet and follow. 88-point Jinyang Tower was originally shining brightly, but as Feng Yuan and the others moved, the light quickly dimmed until it disappeared. The golden sea of fury suddenly stopped. The next moment, Giant Sun's Will furiously roared, "Bastards! You actually stopped 88-point Jinyang Tower's operation. You damnable group of despicable and shameless scoundrels." Earlier, 88-point Jinyang Tower, although it had a new wild will, it was too young and was still operating according to its inertia. But now, Feng Yuan and the others had refined most of True Yang Tower and purposely stopped it from operating. No matter how strong a fortress was, it could not resist the collapse of its interior. Although 88-point Jinyang Tower did not collapse, it had stopped operating. Only its shape was left. It no longer had any power. Without power, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Feng Yuan and the others could ignore 88-point Jinyang Tower. In any case, if this situation continued, they would not be able to obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower. But Giant Sun's Will could not ignore it. This was an inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. For the benefit of his descendants, he had to have this item. Giant Sun's Will was left behind by the Immortal Venerable's main body to manage 88-point Jinyang Tower. How could he watch as True Yang Tower was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden sand-like sea of will abruptly retreated. The vast Giant Sun's Will was like seawater, gushing out of the tower and forming a golden armor-like defense. To protect the fragile 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun's Will had no choice but to endure the destructive bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again. But it did not completely retreat. It still left behind a will that surged like a river, charging towards Feng Yuan and the others. Feng Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic raging sea earlier, although this will was strong, he could barely deal with it. Feng Yuan barely managed to free one hand and took out a goo from his pocket. It was Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Feng Yuan willed and casually tossed it. Flying Bear Phantom Goo flew forward and blossomed with a magnificent white light. After the white light dissipated, a huge flying bear protected Feng Yuan and the others, blocking the river of will. Damn it! It is Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Giant Sun's Will cursed fiercely. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was rather special. Although it was an immortal goo, it could be activated with just a thought, without the need for immortal essence. It was difficult to refine and difficult to feed. It had to consume the fresh flesh of a desolate beast flying bear every time. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had Hu Immortal Blessed Land and could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus he could feed this immortal goo. Even so, he had to pay a huge price. Chapter 631. Although the Flying Bear Illusion's battle strength was not as terrifying as a real flying bear, it definitely had the battle strength of a half-immortal. Most importantly, it looked huge and fat, but its movements were extremely fast and agile. Giant Sun's River of Will twisted left and right, attempting to bypass the Flying Bear Illusion and directly attack Feng Yuan and the rest, securing victory. But it was still blocked by the Flying Bear Illusion. The Flying Bear Illusion, even without Feng Yuan's control, had its own intelligence and was extremely cunning. It could fight on its own. The huge fat bear paw fiercely smashed down, bringing with it the sound of wind. Bang! The golden sand-like Giant Sun's Will was smashed by the bear paw, turning into golden sparks and dissipating in the air. But it was only a branch. The golden river of Giant Sun's Will was like a giant python, tightly coiling around the Flying Bear Illusion. At the same time, it split into countless branches, attacking the Flying Bear Illusion. Both sides were in a deadlock. No one could do anything to the other. giant suns will split and recombine, changing at will. The flying bear illusion was unable to restrain it. But giant suns was also entangled, unable to deal with the most crucial person, Feng Yuan. Giant suns had inherited part of the immortal Venerable's battle intelligence. It judged the situation and clearly understood. To kill Feng Yuan, it needed to use at least half of the River of Will. But the remaining half was not the flying bear illusion's match. If it forcefully attacked, it would be giving up the initiative. If Feng Yuan retreated with the true inheritance light ball, he would be stalling for time. When the flying bear illusion destroyed giant suns that was entangled with it, then the situation would be dangerous. The disadvantage of randomly splitting up, giant suns had tasted it before when he took out the true inheritance secret domain. At that time, Feng Yuan used the glass owner token in his hand to fight against a small portion of giant sun's will. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, resulting in giant suns taking a huge risk and paying a huge price, but was only able to take back the Treeman stage. Feng Yuan's expression was solemn. He maintained the true inheritance light ball, delaying the expansion of giant sun's will, while observing the battle. If giant suns split up to attack, that would be good. Unfortunately, it didn't make the same mistake twice. Feng Yuan observed for a long time, seeing that the battle between giant sun's will and the flying bear illusion was in full swing, but there were no signs of them splitting up. He could only sigh in his heart. If his opponent didn't make any mistakes, Feng Yuan's situation would become more and more dangerous. Now, the majority of giant suns rushed out of the building, resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protect 88-point Jinyang Tower. Only 2 parts were left. The other part was entangled with the phantom of the flying bear. The other part was fighting against Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's wills, refining the 88-point Jinyang Tower nonstop. The supreme inheritance that represented the ownership of the 88-point Jinyang Tower originally only had a trace of gold color. But now, the golden light had expanded to the size of a palm. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had already squeezed out all of their potential, and their bodies were trembling. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. But it was hard to resist the momentum of Giant Sun's will's expansion. Giant Sun's will was truly too powerful. While resisting, Tai Bai Yunxing felt as though he was facing a towering mountain, helpless and hopeless. Even a demon with an iron will like Feng Yuan felt a faint sense of dejection in his heart. If the situation continued to develop like this, sooner or later, Giant Sun's will would succeed in expanding and regain control of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. By then, Feng Yuan and the rest would definitely die a tragic death. He had to do something. However, Feng Yuan was already trapped in this supreme true inheritance and could not leave. His greatest battle strength was the flying bear phantom goo, and he had already used it. Tai Bai Yunxing was a temporary ally that he had deceived, but like Feng Yuan, they were already fighting side by side against Giant Sun's will and could not free themselves. It could be said that other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, Feng Yuan had used up all his trump cards. Do I really have to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada again? A thought flashed past Feng Yuan's mind, but soon he rejected the idea. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not an immortal goo with guaranteed success. There is a chance of failure. The Black Death luck on me is so deep. Once I self-detonate, my remaining will retreat into Spring-Autumn Cicada and return to the River of Time. I will definitely be in danger. There is not even a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. How could he get out of this predicament? Sigh. Feng Yuan, we cannot do this. Let's retreat. If we use fixed immortal travel, we can return to your blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested from the side. Did he really have to retreat? Not to mention the fact that he did not care. Giant Sun's will could quickly gain control of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. By then, with his obstruction, would he still be able to activate fixed immortal travel? Even if he successfully retreated, would he be willing? Feng Yuan was not willing. He had schemed for too long. He had schemed and schemed for so long. He had almost won. The immense wealth and benefits were right in front of him, but just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I really am not willing. Wait. Feng Yuan's expression changed. He thought of Ma Hong Yun. I have no cards in my hands, but I can use this chess piece. Inspiration flashed in his mind. Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He flapped his wings and flew away with the supreme true inheritance. Where are we going? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly asked. Just follow me. Fang Yuan only replied. Fixed immortal travel was in his arms. He had refined it again. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to retreat, without Fang Yuan's cooperation, there was nothing he could do. Don't even think of escaping. The river-like giant suns will roared, dispersing and dispersing, but soon condensing back into one, bypassing the flying bear phantom and charging towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. The flying bear phantom reacted and chased after them. Fang Yuan sneered, changing his direction. After the three sides exchanged positions, the flying bear phantom was behind Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan fought and moved. Both sides fought and stopped. At times, the river-like giant suns would rush to the front. At other times, Fang Yuan would bypass it and use the flying bear phantom to obstruct it. This journey was more daunting than dangerous. Although there were true inheritances of all sizes flying around randomly. But because of the supreme true inheritance's might, they did not dare to get close. Relying on the flying bear phantom's cover, the river-like giant suns could not do anything to Fang Yuan's footsteps. He could only stall for time. But Fang Yuan's situation was the same. He and Tai Bai Yunxing could not do anything to the other part of Giant Sun's will, refining 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the Battle of Wills, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were at a disadvantage. The golden light was steadily expanding. Their defeat was only a matter of time. So you're here. When Fang Yuan finally saw the luck path true inheritance, he raised his head and laughed. What do you want to do? The river-like will of Giant Sun behind him asked. The river-like giant suns felt something was amiss and shouted in fear. Tai Bai Yunxing also turned to look at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Say, the collision of two supreme true inheritances. What will be the consequences? Tai Bai Yunxing turned pale with fright. Fang Yuan's craziness made his heart palpitate. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized, this is truly a good idea. He and Fang Yuan were riding a tiger and could not back down. The true inheritance light orb in their hands was extremely troublesome. If they let it go, they would die. If they did not let it go, they would die sooner or later. But if the two supreme true inheritances clashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The consequences were so severe that even Giant Suns lost his composure. Don't come over. Ma Hongyun shouted. Zhao Lianyun was tightly hugged in his embrace. On this stage, they were the weakest. If not for their luck being too good, they would have been killed in the intense battle. Under a lucky coincidence, the luck path true inheritance became their guardian angel, but it was pushed into the true inheritance secluded domain. Into the true inheritance secluded domain. The threat of the luck path true inheritance fell to rock bottom. Giant Suns had to deal with the otherworldly demon. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. If not for Giant Suns being concerned about preserving the luck path true inheritance and being pressured by Fang Yuan, he would have dealt with Ma and Zhao Lianyun long ago. Ma Hongyun being able to come here safely could be said to be thanks to Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. But now, Fang Yuan dragged the supreme true inheritance and took the initiative to rush here. What is he trying to do? Zhao Lianyun's body trembled. Through the translucent barrier, she could see the cold smile on Fang Yuan's face. No, you can't do this. Quickly stop. The river-like giant suns behind him shouted. It was panicking. Once the two supreme true inheritances clashed, both sides would suffer heavy losses. At that time, not only would the luck path true inheritance be destroyed, even the 88-point Jinyang Tower would suffer immeasurable damage. The river-like giant suns surged intensely. The thoughts that formed the will started to self-destruct. The golden river of will released a dazzling radiance. Its battle strength increased by 50%. The flying bear image roared in anger. It was at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan frowned. The situation was dire. He had no choice but to split some of his attention and personally command the flying bear image to fight. 500 years of battle experience was not for show. Under his command, the flying bear image became even more agile. Disregarding its injuries, It managed to block the river-like giant sun's will. Fang Yuan, you are courting death. If you want to deal with Ma Hongyun, don't forget that he has fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power. As long as you have enmity towards him, your luck will plummet. Even if you have half immortal battle strength, if you continue to resist, how long can you last? The river-like giant suns will saw that it could not break through and shouted again. Fang Yuan, giant sun's will is right. You need to be careful. Mo Yao's will also said. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. There was no hesitation in his heart. Riches were found in danger, to Fang Yuan. Only by winning amidst the chaos would he have a chance of survival. The two supreme true inheritances were already less than 1,000 steps away from each other. But right at this time, space rippled as dozens of figures were teleported into true inheritance secluded domain. They directly appeared on Fang Yuan's flying path. They were all familiar faces. Yi Lui sang, Gu Guolong, Bian Xixian. The person in the lead was burly. His fists were like alms bowls. He looked at Fang Yuan with a sinister smile. So you are called Fang Yuan. Ancestor Giant Sun has already announced your crimes to the public. Your scheme has been foiled. Everything ends here. Leave your lives behind. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He could not free himself now. He had to use all his strength to block Giant Sun's will from refining the supreme true inheritance. He Lulan and the others had appeared too quickly. At the final juncture, it became a fatal blow. Ha ha ha. The river-like Giant Sun's will laughed loudly. You came at the right time. It did not stint on praising He Lulan and the others. This was definitely the main will who had taken the time to inform this group of reinforcements. During normal times, He Lulan and the others' battle strength was not even worth mentioning to Giant Sun's will. But at this moment, they had become his last hope. They were the most crucial chips that could tip the balance between the two sides. Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you are dead meat this time. The river-like Giant Sun's will shouted, slowing down his attacks. The initiative was once again in the hands of Giant Sun's side. We lost. Tai Bai Yunsheng heaved a long sigh. Turning to look at Fang Yuan, he forced himself to raise his spirits. Junior brother, enter my immortal aperture. We will retreat. I have immortal essence, you have fixed immortal travel, and Giant Sun's will is being held back by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is already too late. Once we let go, 88-point Jinyang Tower will fall into Giant Sun's will's control. This tower has the ability to absorb immortal goo. It can cover the whole of northern plains. Even if we use fixed immortal travel, there is a high chance of failure. Of course I know this. Tai Bai Yunxing's tone was anxious, but only by taking a gamble will we have a chance of survival. If we delay any longer, we will lose this opportunity. We won't even have this chance anymore. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he looked at the supreme true inheritance in his hand. In the true inheritance light lump, the golden light had already occupied 1/3 of the light lump's volume. It was expanding faster and faster. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. To think that we still reached this step. Sigh, if not for the situation, I would not have used this move. Junior brother, you still had a method? Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and was surprised, joyful, and suspicious. Chapter 632. At this moment, true inheritance secluded domain. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun depended on each other. Under the protection of the luck path supreme true inheritance, they looked on in fear. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng controlled the supreme true inheritance that represented 88-point Jinyang Tower. In between the two, He Lulan and the rest were in the middle, forming a firm line of defense. Behind Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, the river-like Giant Sun's will and the flying bear phantom were entangled. Even further away, Giant Sun's main will was enveloping 88-point Jinyang Tower, resisting the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, protecting Giant Sun's inheritance. Hearing that Fang Yuan had a backup plan, Tai Bai Yunsheng was overjoyed. He urged, Junior brother, what backup plan do you have? Quickly use it. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Senior brother Tai Bai, The situation has forced me to use this backup plan. I have no choice but to do so. I hope you can protect me at the crucial moment. You and I are from the same sect. This is only natural. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately guaranteed. Fang Yuan nodded, instructing, Senior brother, Giant Sun's will originates from Giant Sun Immortal. Do not underestimate it. If it tries to instigate us, I will not be able to explain myself. Do not believe it. Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, Junior brother, we are family. There is no need to say anything else. You can be at ease. But from your tone, you seem to have a lot of reservations about this backup plan. If you are not confident, let's use fixed immortal travel and retreat. Fang Yuan smiled, revealing a confident expression. Haha, Senior brother, don't worry. This backup plan has unparalleled power. Even Giant Sun's main will suffer. Watch carefully. The two did not use goo worms to conceal their conversation. Everyone present was an expert. They heard it clearly. They were shocked and bewildered. To be able to make Giant Sun's main will suffer a setback. Just what is it? He Lulan frowned. He looked rough, but he was actually very shrewd. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes and slowly retracted his palms that were tightly pressed against the supreme successor skill. His withdrawal instantly increased the pressure on Tai Bai Yunxing by several folds. Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked by Fang Yuan's actions, but fortunately, Fang Yuan had taken care of him previously, so he hurriedly used all his strength to resist the ferocious expansion of Giant Sun's will. Junior martial brother, quickly use your trump card. I can't hold on any longer. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Sweat dripped down from his forehead and face. In just a few short breaths of time, the golden light on the supreme true inheritance had expanded to the size of a wash basin. How fast it was! Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Seeing this, He Lulan and the rest didn't dare to rush forward. However, after waiting for more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan still didn't release any terrifying attacks. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Both sides didn't speak. Only the whistling sounds of the true inheritances flying could be heard, and occasionally, the sounds of true inheritances colliding with each other could be heard. Damn it, we were tricked. Yi Lui Sang was furious. This scoundrel who disguised as Changshan Yin is very cunning. He is clearly at his wit's end and has exhausted all his tricks, but he still pretends to be unfathomable. Everyone go. Kill this audacious schemer. At the side, Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong shouted. But as the leader, He Lulan didn't move. Not only did he not move, his expression turned solemn. Don't tell me. Tai Bai Yunxing also looked at Fang Yuan in bewilderment. He was the closest to Fang Yuan, feeling a formless heavenly power suddenly forming and wrapping around Fang Yuan, lifting him up. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of this mighty power of the heavens and earth. It was because he had personally experienced it not long ago. Junior brother, you are actually shattering your aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal now. Tai Bai Yunxing's words shocked everyone present. Gu masters transcend mortals and step onto the path of immortals. It was a risk with a slim chance of survival. Fang Yuan was actually shattering his aperture in this dangerous situation, attempting to ascend to Gu Immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose in his head? He can't even see the most basic situation. Is he stupid? Could it be that he can't see any hope of victory and is using this special method to seek death? At once, Yi Lui Sang and the rest were filled with doubts. But at the next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar resounded in the whole true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. You actually shattered your aperture at this moment and triggered the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You actually have such evil intentions, wholeheartedly wanting to destroy True Young Building. Descendants, quickly kill this sinner. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have already started to change. Different from his previous roars, this time, other than overflowing anger, Giant Sun's will's voice was mixed with panic. The fusion of many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was far from a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The 10-year blizzard disaster affected the whole of northern plains. Although it had a large area, its power was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special regions to endure it. When Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to Gu Immortal, he left behind chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke. These were the most effective at restraining wills, and were only slightly troublesome to Giant Sun's will. But after these two fused together, Snow War Tribulation Lightning was created. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This Tribulation Lightning's power was terrifying. Giant Suns will had to pay a huge price to resist it. Now, on the foundation of Snow War Tribulation Lightning, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added. Once these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities fused, a new transformation would occur, and its power would be unparalleled. Even Giant Suns will felt fear. After all, it was only a special will left behind by an immortal Venerable. Even though it could kill Gu Immortals, under the might of heaven and earth, it paled in comparison. Quick, Ancestor has spoken. Let's attack together. Come with me. Let's kill the two of them. Warriors of Northern Plains, crush these two outsiders into dregs. He Lulan and the rest were awakened by Giant Sun's will's command and charged over. Before they arrived, all kinds of goo worms had already unleashed their majestic attacks. Strength path phantoms, sinister fire snakes, sharp sword lights, pure white frost and snow. All kinds of attacks converged together, forming a beautiful and multicolored smoke. Fatal killing intent assaulted him, but Tai Bai Yunsheng could not divert his attention. He was doing his best to resist the expansion of Giant Sun's will in the true inheritance light lump. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and mobilized the Flying Bear Phantom, activating a killer move at the same time. Six-armed Heavenly Zombie King. In an instant, he turned into an 8-armed monster, his aura surging, his fighting spirit soared. The Flying Bear Phantom howled miserably, using its huge body as a meat shield, blocking the attacks of He Lulan and the rest. The river-like Giant Suns will regained its freedom, immediately pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan protected Tai Bai Yunsheng, not dodging or evading. He faced the river-like Giant Suns will head-on. Boom! The two fiercely collided. An earth-shattering sound erupted, and boundless golden light burst out. A large number of special wills shattered and dissipated. Fang Yuan was heavily injured. 6 of his 8 arms were broken. His chest was caved in, and his right calf had disappeared without a trace. One of his eyes was also completely blinded. Fang Yuan, you will die for sure this time. You actually ascended to immortal now. Who do you think you are? The reincarnation of an immortal Venerable? Humph, since you are seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. The river-like Giant Suns will gathered into the shape of a giant python, coiling into a ball. After accumulating strength, its whole body shone with a threatening golden radiance. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, not replying. The terrifying injuries on his body were rapidly recovering at a visible speed. He had transformed into a heavenly zombie. His sense of pain was completely gone, and he was using death energy to replace life energy. Thus his recovery speed rose sharply. There was no need for any rank 5 healing goo. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions resounded one after another. Fang Yuan and the river-like Giant Suns will engaged in an intense battle. Scoundrel, get down here. During the battle, Giant Suns will changed according to his will, suddenly turning into a huge hand and ruthlessly grabbing Fang Yuan's back. Swoosh! The eagle wings on Fang Yuan's back were torn apart. They were torn apart, forming 2 huge gashes that revealed the pale white bones. Eagle Rise Gu was destroyed. Fang Yuan suffered such heavy injuries, but his body did not move. He suddenly twisted his waist and turned around. The strength was so great that only a cracking sound could be heard. His lumbar vertebrae were directly broken. Fang Yuan did not care about his injuries. He raised his bowl-sized fist and punched towards Giant Sun's will. Bam, bam, bam. In an instant, intense winds blew. Fist shadows flew everywhere, like a fierce dragon crossing the river, or a fierce tiger descending the mountain, unstoppable. The huge hand formed by Giant Suns will had not even had time to split apart when it was hit by this fierce attack. A vast number of wills were shattered. It similarly suffered heavy injuries. Like a colorful golden rain, Fang Yuan's figure shot out like lightning. Giant Sun's will was about to counterattack, but Fang Yuan was already no longer far away. He roared in anger. Fang Yuan did not linger to fight. He was as calm as ice, never letting his fighting spirit get to his head. The injuries on his body rapidly recovered. Fang Yuan breathed roughly. The pressure from the battle with Giant Sun's will was like a mountain. He had already used all his strength, but this was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had faced since his rebirth. The two sides regained their footing, and after a few breaths of time, they fought again. So what if you are an immortal goo? Die. On another battlefield, He Lo Lan's shout could be heard. Dozens of Strength Path Phantoms suddenly returned, possessing He Lo Lan's body. He Lo Lan's true body and the Strength Path Phantoms fused together, turning into a phantom giant in the blink of an eye. The giant was over 30 meters tall. It had bulging muscles. It was vivid and lifelike. Its appearance was exactly the same as He Lo Lan. Taste my killer move. The Strength Path Phantom Giant's voice was loud like thunder. It pounced on the Flying Bear Phantom and swung its right fist, smashing the Flying Bear Phantom's head. The Flying Bear Phantom was entangled by Yi Lui Sang and the others. It could not dodge in time and was beaten to the ground. Bam bam bam. The Strength Path Phantom Giant's fists rained down. The Flying Bear Phantom suffered heavy injuries one after another. It retaliated furiously. But the Strength Path Phantom Giant's movements were agile. It displayed the attainments of a close combat master. After fighting for a while, the Flying Bear Phantom's whole body became blurry. Final attack. The Strength Path Phantom Giant raised its right leg, chopping down like a battle axe. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the Flying Bear Phantom could no longer hold on. Its fat bear body disappeared, turning into an immortal goo that flew out. The Strength Path Phantom Giant grabbed the immortal goo, smiling malevolently as it looked at Fang Yuan. He Lo Lan's true strength actually reached this level. Too terrifying. She almost destroyed the immortal goo. This time's Imperial Court contest, my loss was not unjust. Yi Lui Sang and the others were dumbstruck. He Lo Lan's battle strength was absolutely not inferior to Fang Yuan's, and because of the great strength true martial physique, she was even higher. Although Flying Bear Phantom Goo was an immortal goo, it did not have a goo worm to complement it, and without Fang Yuan personally activating it, it was very normal for He Lo Lan to capture it. The Flying Bear Phantom was destroyed, and Tai Bai Yunsheng was affected by the Supreme True Inheritance contest. He could not split himself. This way, Fang Yuan, who was fighting intensely with the river-like Giant Sun's will, was practically alone, in danger. Your head is not bad. I will keep your head as my spoils of war. The Strength Path Phantom Giant spoke, transmitting He Lo Lan's voice. It slowly flew, getting closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, give up resisting. You have no way to survive. There is no hope of escaping. The river-like Giant Sun's will also spoke. Although it had only fought with Fang Yuan for a short period of time, its size was already less than half of its original size. Fang Yuan could force the immortal Venerable's will to this extent. It could be said that his battle merits were not inferior to He Lo Lan's. Unfortunately, he was shrouded by the Black Coffin's luck. His luck was too bad. Even if he had all sorts of schemes, all sorts of bravery, at this moment, he seemed to be powerless to reverse the situation. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan, however, laughed loudly towards the sky. His laughter resounded in the battlefield, showing his unparalleled heroism. Giant Sun's will, you tried all sorts of methods to destroy my fighting spirit, but my heart is like iron. My will is like steel. Our battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan said. The river-like Giant Sun's will did not retort, instead falling into silence. The Strength Path Phantom Giant that He Lo Lan had transformed into also stopped moving forward. Heaven and Earth Chi appeared beside Fang Yuan. When a Goo Master shattered their apertures to ascend to a Goo Immortal, they would attract Heaven and Earth Chi. Fang Yuan was inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, thus he was delayed for a moment. This moment was the most dangerous and difficult moment, but in the end, Fang Yuan used all his strength to hold on. With Heaven and Earth Chi, the nearby ordinary goo worms could not be casually activated. They would suffer from the backlash of the primeval chi. In serious cases, even a mortal goo would perish. Halolon's mortal goo had no choice but to stop. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.